SPFA bill and the flavored tobacco. Our jurisdiction in there is the lost revenue. And then
We'll get to pick the flavors.
we will, no, and then we'll go back to dispatch and we'll stay here until we're dispatched. Okay, I've got everybody, the chair, the reporter.
For a team.
Okay, so walk us through.
Okay.
What this bill is, what it does.
Yep, so I will set the stage for you, and then Senator Watson is really the expert on the formula that I know you'll be looking
The
at.
formula is our primary or only
Yes, exactly.
kind of.
I just want to give you a little background because this has been a long-standing issue. The first report on dispatch operations and how to regionalize and improve them was issued in 1970. And then I think there have been 14 or something like that reports since then on the same topic or similar topics. The most recent one was issued this past December at the request of the legislature last year. And that report has a lot of great background information, but it basically says the legislature should really fix this problem and come up with a governance structure and a funding mechanism for dispatch operations. And let me just let you know, dispatch, what it is. So if you are to call the 911 because you had some emergency, say, for example, you've fallen down your front porch steps on an icy evening. If you call 911, they are going to figure out what is, your emergency is, and then they are going to talk to public safety dispatchers who are then going to dispatch the appropriate first responder, whether it's an ambulance, law enforcement, fire, or all of the above. And so that's what we're trying to address on a statewide level. Some of our communities' dispatch operations work very well. And we heard from people across the state. I know you're hearing from people who are largely in one community today or a couple communities. We've heard from people across the state on this. And in some communities, it works very well. And they have a very strong system with backup and high technology standards. And in some communities, it works not very well at all. The state does some of the dispatching, and they do it on behalf of state police and other state game wardens and others, liquor control, et cetera. And they also dispatch for some towns. And the towns that they dispatch for don't pay directly for those services. They pay as part of, the way that we all pay for state services through our general taxes, but not a specific fee for those services. And then some towns pay directly for dispatching services to a local regional dispatch entity, often a sheriff's department, a police department, or some combination of, sometimes agencies dispatch for themselves. And there are hundreds of small little entities that need to be dispatched. Sometimes it is a small little fire department in a town, or an ambulance association, volunteers, and sometimes it's a professional police force, and it varies around the state. So our task was to try to answer a question that we got asked repeatedly about whether or not public safety communications was an essential government task and or function, an essential government function.
Which payroll tax.
Right, and we answered that question quite quickly, because if you call in for help and no help is able to come because nobody's dispatched that help, then you are in danger as a resident of Vermont, whether you're living here permanently or visiting the state. So we answered that question affirmatively and resoundingly, yes, this is an essential government service that needs to be funded and overseen by the government. And we need to make sure that that is true across the state and that we have an equitable system that is equitable both from a funding situation and from a service situation. And right now we have neither. And so we looked at how can we provide these services in our communities without disrupting what is working well, but at the same time fixing what is not working well. And the examples that I give often are, we heard some great testimony about Franklin County and how the dispatching operations, and for the most part in your county, Senator, work quite well. And they are dispatched centrally out of St. Albans, and they have a lot of high-tech backup and really excellent service and serve a lot of towns in the Franklin County area, and a few, I think, in Chittenden. And then unfortunately, Senator Bray, in our neck of the woods, it doesn't work so well. And we have a really patchwork system that is very fragile. And every year people are trying to figure out who's going to dispatch whom. And everybody is really scrambling to make sure it happens. So we want to fix what's not working and preserve what's working well. So in the bill, just so you understand what we're talking about with a regional dispatch center, we define it in the bill, and this is important when you're looking at the funding formula. A regional dispatch center can be one of three things. It can be either an existing dispatch center like we have in St. Albans that has a plan that's approved by the state, and I'll talk about who that approval is done by. It can be a state dispatching center that's run by the Department of Public Safety and dispatches for the state and some municipal entities, or it can be a new intergovernmental agreement between municipalities and local government that creates a new dispatching center. And so those are what we are defining as regional dispatch centers in the bill.
Okay, are the people that are getting the dispatching from the state going to pay?
Yes,
Okay.
everyone is going to pay in. Everyone is going to pay in, and when Senator Watson goes through the formula, she can explain how everybody's going to pay in. She did a lot of work looking at the formulas that local regional dispatch centers already use and trying to create one on a statewide basis. So for statewide oversight, we tried to figure out, we basically looked at three options. One, creating a new entity like we did with the Vermont Broadband Board a few years ago. Creating it and maybe putting it under an entity, an agency, or having it completely separate. That was one option. We looked at having the Department of Public Safety oversee it all for the state because they are already overseeing a significant number of dispatching, which, by the way, one of the problems that's happening at DPS is that their dispatching centers are severely understaffed. They are having a huge problem with staffing, recruitment, and retention. And so they are really unable to do the dispatching services for the long term. And last year we appropriated some funding, both a combination of a federal earmark and a general fund appropriation that combined is $20 million. That was supposed to be given out as grants to local entities to create this regional dispatch centers. Unfortunately, the landscape out there is such that there was a lot of concern that if these centers were created, they wouldn't have the stability to keep going because there was no long-term funding source for them. And in addition, there were no statewide standards for technological standards, communication standards, response standards, coverage standards for them. And so there was a lot of concern that we would set these centers up and they wouldn't be able to keep going and they wouldn't play well with the other ones. There wouldn't be interoperability, there wouldn't be failover.
We don't all get together all the time.
Exactly. So there was a lot of concern that we would use that $20 million and it would work for a brief amount of time and then not work again. And we would be back at square one, but we would have shot away $20 million.
So did the 20 million go out?
It did not go out. The Department of Public Safety did award some grants and they did put out RFPs for consultants, but none of that money has gone out yet. They've pulled back on that, especially after we started working on this in January.
joint fiscal approved,
2.5 million,
yeah.
Yes.
Grants.
exactly. But they have not distributed that yet, in large part because we started working on this and they were like, okay, we want to wait to see what happens. So DPS was our second option. The third option was an existing board, to look at some existing entity, existing board that does similar work to see if they might take on this role. So after exploring some of our options, we had some pretty, and getting a lot of testimony from people, we talked with the E911 board and asked them if they would be willing and able to take on the extra added responsibility.
The responsibility would be to do what?
To be the umbrella oversight board for the public safety communications is what we're calling it.
Who's going to organize is that what E911 is going to do, is to recruit and organize and help set up?
So in the bill, there are some specific duties and responsibilities that the E911 board would have. They would get expanded. We changed the membership to try to make it a little bit more representative of, you know, the full picture of dispatch. They were created in the early 90s, so we sort of did a little refresh on them, expanded, and changed what some of their duties were. They would still do oversight of 911, but this would be added onto it. They would have oversight of the standards and the sort of approval process.
911, you're going into an answering center, which then sends it
To a
I
dispatch.
can't talk, all right. I know.
Yeah, so some of the centers do both. They do both 911 and dispatching. And some of the centers do only 911 or only dispatching. So really the board at the oversight at the state level would be oversight for standards and approval and overseeing the sort of map. And Senator Watson actually has this really awesome map that has that's an interactive map that you can click on your town and find out who dispatches for them. And you can sort of see how disparate it is right now. So they would basically oversee the map and make sure that all of the towns and all of the dispatching entities have coverage. And there would be a requirement that all municipalities and all entities are part of what we're calling an RDC. Yeah, and so you can see the places where there's white are the complicated places where there are maybe multiple dispatching or it's unclear.
What happened to Montpelier in there?
Yep, Montpelier is right there.
Yeah, I thought it was in white.
Nope,
It's
that's,
blue.
It's in blue, so
Yeah.
it's up off, so it's down Northfield, Roxbury,
yeah.
down that way.
So, we tried to really look at state level oversight, and that's what the E911 board has done since the 90s. They built our 911 system from scratch, and we have one of the best 911 systems in the country. And we've been able to do it with a lot of local cooperation, and large part because that board and the staff of the 911 board have been so effective at working with local communities. And so we worked extremely closely with both Barb Neal, who's the executive director of 911, and Jennifer Morrison, the Department of Public Safety Commissioner, to really work on the language that you see in the bill. So we answered the basic question. We looked at how do we create regional governance structures, and then we looked at how do we create a statewide system of oversight and standards. There's also a transition period of for the board to take it to become effective, and then the funding source, and then all the requirements. And that sort of is phased in, and there's an advisory committee that advises the board during the interim. And that advisory committee is even broader than the new public safety board. So it includes a lot more voices to advise them as they're working through the transition.
Is part of the oversight to make sure that all of these dispatch centers can talk to each other and
Yes.
that we aren't setting up. We had medical records and a couple other things, we're all on 3 different computer systems and nobody talks to nobody.
Correct. It's really to make sure that they're all on the same technology and same technological platform and communication standards. And then the tech behind it, the radio towers and things like that. There's language about DPS working with 911 and the regional centers to ensure there's appropriate oversight of those. And
Because we have a whole national emergency, there's supposedly a lot of towers.
yes. And and then there are multiple points of reporting back. So we have a big report back next year with collecting data on, just how many entities there are out there, how much call volume there is, and then defining what a call is a really important thing. And Senator Watson can get to that a little bit more, but there are lots of calls involved and they're not all equal. And really just reporting back on the funding, the tech, the sort of whole system, so that we can, make changes next year that are necessary. So in the first 6 months, it's mostly data collection and trying to figure out what is needed. And then there is a real need to create a new regional dispatch center or reopen one that has closed because of, I mentioned the state dispatching centers being so understaffed. So when in the first year, we have language about them working toward, I can't remember exactly what we say, but working toward creating a new dispatch center.
So what happens to the present state dispatch centers will do state police?
They will stay in existence, and they will definitely, I know DPS wants to dispatch police, state police, and all of the state entities that need to be dispatched, but they also could continue to dispatch from municipalities. It would be just up to the municipality, to determine which dispatch center they want to do with the help of the board. So the board is required to make sure that everybody has a dispatching home. And then it's also required of municipalities and locals to make sure they have a dispatching home too.
Okay. The state police, I assume they're state employees, they get state benefits, they
Yeah.
get state pension, probably better than they're gonna get in many small dispatch areas, unless they're all gonna be state employees. Why do we, it sounds like the base problem right now with the state is they can't get people.
Yeah,
What makes us think we're gonna get people?
that's a great question. And some of the dispatch centers are fully staffed and operational. And some of the regional and local level dispatchers are actually paid as well, or comparable to the state level dispatchers. So I think that the state dispatch centers, if you hear from Commissioner Morrison, they tend to be more complex in what they have to do because they're doing both multiple functions. And so the complexity and the high stakes level of their job makes it a harder job and makes it a high burnout job. I think some of the regional dispatch centers have a little less complexity. Also, I think there's a sense that they're dispatching, they are dispatching for hundreds of little entities. I read this article about dispatching that a lot of people are like, oh, well, Vermont is the same size basically as Boston, and Boston has one dispatch center that dispatches
And
for
no
Boston.
mountains.
And why can't Vermont do that? So the answer to that question, well, mountains are part of it, but in Boston, they have one fire or maybe 2 fire departments, 1 police station, one Boston police, and one or 2 ambulance. So they're dispatching for 4 or 5 entities. And our state dispatchers and some of our regional dispatchers are dispatching literally for hundreds. So you think about like your tiny little ambulances or the, Cornwall Fire Department and the Bridport Fire Department and the Ferrisburg Fire Department, all of these tiny little fire departments is really just not comparable. And then you take into effect the geography and it makes it more complicated. So it is a
Sirens go
complicated,
24/7
Right.
in Boston.
It's-
They don't here.
right, it's a super complicated system. So,
I send them a call.
yeah, sorry.
In an emergency, 911 is the default. If something goes horribly wrong, you dial 911.
Right,
And we have had a system on that.
yes,
Now, I was under the impression, I know that it was mainly for the state police, but then we had one facility way up north, is it Newport or?
I think there are 5 PSAPs that
Yeah,
this,
we
that
call these
911.
Smaller
Close,
ones
Yeah.
and merge
Yeah.
them.
But I thought
5,
that that's,
2 main ones, but then there are 3.
Three second-
Yeah, 3
So,
secondary.
you dial 911, you get that system and they dispatch. What's the difference between that and this?
So
Yeah,
nothing,
it's
that's what's gonna still happen, is that when you call 911 from anywhere in the state, then 911 will connect to a dispatching entity. And sometimes it's like the woman sitting next to you, I call and I get the call and then Ann dispatches it, in the same facility. And sometimes it is that 911 people have to call another dispatching place to dispatch, and then they have to back up each other. And so if somebody is not able to take the call, there's a failover to another dispatching center. And so nothing's gonna change about how it works in.
Consumers end.
Yes, you shouldn't, if I call 911 after I fall down my steps, I shouldn't see a difference. I should just see that an ambulance showed up.
But will
And,
they-
but what will change is the oversight at the state level, the guarantee of standards to make sure that we're all working interoperability and at the same level of standards for both service and technology, and that there's an equitable funding for these services. And that's where you guys come in.
We're gonna
And-
need funding.
Because right now, some towns and some entities are not paying for their dispatch services because they're getting it through the state, so it's only indirect. Some are paying quite a bit, and some are paying but not getting very good, reliable service, or it's
And your
stressful.
911 operator, trust me, because I called from a church on Barry Street, because a woman had collapsed. I can see the fire department, I can see the ambulance, and the operator needed the street address, and nobody that was standing there knew the street address.
Yeah.
We said, but they needed to give directions to whoever was dispatching, which probably would have been Montpelier, which if I'd started to scream, they would have been there. I mean, but it's that connection. Your 911 went somewhere, and then they would call Barry or Montpelier, and they would dispatch. They would
Yeah.
dispatch to Callis, or if it's fire, they might call the Callis Volunteer Fire Department. So there's 2 functions that, when we pick up the phone, we don't see.
So the PSAPs will stay there. I, as a citizen who just fell down the stairs, nothing has changed. What is changing is who the PSAPs call after they get my.
PSAPs probably won't be doing
What
a
is
lot.
changing is really the structure of governance, the funding mechanism, and the stability of the system. Because right now, a lot of it is dependent on, for example, in Senator McDonald's county, there was a sheriff's department that dispatched for the entire county. And then the sheriff wasn't reelected and the incoming sheriff didn't want to do it. And so then they had to scramble to find somebody else to dispatch them. And somebody did, another sheriff came through to do it. But it was a really difficult situation for all the first responders there in that county who the citizens are, the residents of that county are relying on. So the state level oversight will prevent that type of thing from happening. There'll be a lot more planning, there'll be a lot more, reliability involved. And it's gonna take a while to get there. It really will take a while to get there, but we've tried to lay out the sort of map to get there.
So are the PSAPs going away?
No,
But they may not be doing your local calls, or they may. It depends on how the local community sets up the contracts, right? So if your PSAP is,
there are some state PSAPs and then some regional PSAPs. So the state PSAPs are the dispatch and 911 centers. And then there are regional ones that also take 911 calls, and some of them do dispatching also. And so the PSAPs will stay because that's where the 911 calls go in. But the dispatching centers, they may either consolidate or split up or change, shift around, but depending. But the PSAPs will not go away. The 911 system will stay. We have an excellent 911 system that's constantly being improved. And this is one of the reasons why we really look to the 911 board, because of the quality of services they've been able to provide to the state. And I know you're short on time, but Barb Neal is an excellent explainer of all of this.
and Barb been here more than once.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna have to go back to my committee, so I'm gonna leave you
Yeah,
in
'cause
good
I
hands with
think we
Senator
need-
Watson to
Given
talk about
that,
the motion.
I would love to not have us be here at 8 o'clock tonight,
I
the
agree.
second night in a row.
Works for me.
And there will be no pizza tonight.
I will say that.
We've got a couple big bills, and I want to get to the financing section,
Yeah.
because that's really where.
Yes, there's a formula that Senator Watson can explain, and I think I just want to really encourage you to, one, understand that we need to have a funding formula, a funding system in this bill for
And
it.
this funding is how the towns contribute to the cost of the dispatch centers, right?
Yes, and it is statewide, everybody pays in, and the state pays out to everybody.
Everybody will be happy.
I'm a school finance person, so you can see where,
And
and
everybody will be happy.
the other thing to know is that it doesn't go into effect for 4 years, except for in some cases where the board could opt to put it into effect regionally to fund a new center. So point being is that we have a lot of time to perfect the funding mechanism, and that's part of the reporting back from the board. So the don't let perfect be the enemy of progress or good or whatever. So we really want to make sure this bill makes crossover, because it's really important for the whole
I
state.
think we do too. We've got several of those that do need to come out here. So.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you,
Thank you.
committee. Appreciate you taking this up.
Thank you. Sure, thanks. All right, so I'm gonna just jump right into the formula, which is on page 19 of draft 4.1. On line 18 is where the formula actually starts. So this would be the funding mechanism that every.
Lost me.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
back in high school calculus, I'm on.
Okay.
G equals B times G plus R times X.
So all the X's are just times.
I got that.
You got that,
I
okay.
remember, even from fifth grade.
No worries, it's all good. So each of these is,
Which draft?
thank you, yeah.
I think you only have one.
3.
You have three.
So this would be
Sent to this
draft.
committee?
4.1.
4.1, okay.
Okay.
As introduced. Yeah, I think it's the same.
That's
so.
139.
Oh, okay.
Page numbering might be a little bit different.
Oh,
As
really?
introduced and as voted at a committee are the same.
Yes.
Did we get emailed this to?
It's on the committee page.
Yeah, so it's online.
It's
If you
online,
just do
and
a
I
search
think
for
you have a copy
139
on your
and
desk, don't
committee.
they?
On our
No,
committee
so
page, yeah.
It is online.
Okay.
It's on the website. And we can get you a copy. Okay,
That's
let's.
Yeah, sure. So I want to make sure everybody is there that wants to be. So if you're in the as introduced version, it's still page 19, down on line 17. Each of these variables is defined just below where the formula is. So T is the amount that a town would be paying to the state. So that's like what a town would owe. And then there's two terms here, right? There's the B times G and the R times C. So, and that's reflective of that most dispatch centers have at least a couple of terms in their own local funding formulas. One based on a base rate that they're collecting from participating municipalities, as well as some additional floating kind of rates, some additional amounts that changes from year to year. And so we see like two terms here for the same reason, right? So let's assume that that there's going to be a base amount that every town needs to pay into. That is modified by a percentage of the statewide grand list. So, when we were thinking about getting municipalities to start paying that have never been paying for dispatch, we wanted to make sure that if a town is not particularly wealthy, that the impact on them, that this accounts for that they might not have a lot of money. And so if they have a very small percentage of the statewide.
Okay, it's the grand list, so that's value.
Right.
So a small town with a lot of high-end housing
Right.
would pay more than a small town with a trailer park.
Right.
And not much else.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. And there, so just for reference, there was only one dispatch center that included grand list as a part of their formula. But it was a way to account for that. There are poorer towns and there are richer towns. So that's a way to have everybody pay towards what the state deems as necessary for their base rate. And then the other term, the R times C, so the R is meant to be the remainder. So let's say at the statewide level, for a particular year, you're looking for so much money. Some of that is the base, the R is the remainder. So like what are you looking to raise that is the rest of it? And so that is modified by C, right? So it's also a percentage. And so this is where some data is going to be important to collect leading up to this going into effect, because C is the percentage of calls that are generated from that municipality as a part of the whole. So looking at all of the calls in the state, what percentage are coming from that particular municipality?
So the base rate comes from where?
So we leave, do you mean like how is it defined?
Yeah, who sets the base rate? Yeah, I assume there's some statewide budget that comes in, and that would be the base rate.
Yeah, so,
And then that is divided up by your grand list
right,
and then by your call volume. So if you're a really small town, but you've got a whole bunch of hypochondriacs
yes,
or very accident-prone people, and you have a high volume of calls,
right,
then you are going to get assessed more
right,
than a big town that has all healthy young people that are very agile,
sure.
and you get no.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. And the vision for how that would be determined, at least the way we talked about it, was that the E911 board would then come up with some recommendations around what those values should be, and then it would be approved by the legislature. So that's
Okay, so what's the legislature will approve the base rate?
that. That is my understanding. I could go back and like find where that.
You're right.
That okay. Thanks.
Okay,
So
so
page 20, if you wanted to see.
all right, so after this part of the 4-year setup then will be for the E911 board after they've looked at all the numbers and calls. Will set a base rate which will come to the legislature, which will then be modified by basically your size and your call volume.
Exactly. And I do want to recognize that not all calls are the same demand or intensity. And so we, as a part of the charge for the transition group, asked them to help further define a call volume. We could, I think this is a good as a first pass, but I could see that being further refined down the line, but that's,
So.
Yeah.
I was stopped turning into my street, the car behind me stopped, the car behind him stopped, and the third car did not stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and he didn't even slow down. I didn't call the fire or the police, but they arrived very quickly, fire, police, ambulance.
Someone called.
Someone called, or their psychic, but there's a lot of bumper thumpers that right now protocol seems to be that you send a fire and an ambulance to. So that goes in as a 911 call, even if someone calls the Montpelier Police Department directly.
so that's a good question. And the protocols around who would be dispatched is not addressed in this bill.
Okay.
Does that make sense? We're
Well, I'm just, if there's calls, I don't know, I don't think they used to have the police number on the door. I don't think they do anymore. Some of this, you probably have it memorized, I did. And it's really easy to memorize, but I'm just trying to think for the towns that have their own fire, you don't have to call the fire, you can't call the fire department directly.
Yeah.
You know, if those calls that don't go through the system get counted, and that you're saying was, because that would hit the bigger towns that have their own fire, police, ambulance, the professionals.
So this does not parse out that level of detail, but I think we would probably want to include those calls as well,
Okay.
because that's a part of their burden, you know?
Somebody else.
Yeah, for sure.
You have a related question when you get to the next equation. When you look at K, it says the ratio of municipalities call volume that's served by the municipality. I'm hoping you'll speak about mutual aid and what the numerator and denominator will be for that ratio.
That is a good question. Well, I'm happy to jump there if we're ready, if there's more questions.
So this is the formula.
Yep, so this is the formula. And then I do want to just make a note before we get too far away from this, which is, it's actually on, I think it's probably page 21. There's a different formula used for GORs. They're just so small that we figured that they could just have a base.
By the time you get emergency services to them, it'd probably be.
Right, like it's just simpler to say, here's a flat rate GOR, you know, it's not.
How many of them that actually have humans in them?
I think there's definitely some that
There's some, and
that
there's
change
some.
that stuff.
Pretty sad tragedies too.
Yeah,
Sure, yeah,
but they are, some of them are up
yeah,
there. Just hard to reach.
yeah, fair enough. Well, so let's, unless there's any more questions about this, so I'll jump down to the distribution formula, which is, at least in my version, it's, so it's page 20, line 16. Let me see if I can, is that right? Okay. Yep, so this is the funding that,
What page did you say?
page 20, so it's
20.
Yep. And starting line 16. So got a little
Uh-huh.
fancy there.
Yeah, tell me what.
How do you use epsilon? What does that mean here?
This is it's a little math. It is. It's the sum of all the parts. So F is just the funding that a regional dispatch center would receive. And so the epsilon there, it's the sum of, right? So it's, if a regional dispatch center has a lot of member municipalities, then we're gonna just sum up all that those municipalities are paying in. But it is modified by K, which is, as Senator Chittenden pointed out, the ratio of municipalities' call volume that's served by that municipality. So the reason that is in there is because some of the services may be dispatched by multiple agencies, right? So this allows for multiple dispatching agencies to provide services to a town. Or it might also allow for, if some of the calls are coming from, or I should say are requiring dispatching from the state police, you don't want to include the state police in the amount that is going towards that burden. Yeah.
So I think this makes a lot of sense, but I'm just trying to understand mutual aid. So if I just want to see how a municipality might gain this at all or drive the wrong incentive, I doubt that would happen. But the numerator would be calls served by the municipality. So if they respond to a bunch of neighbors, then their amount of calls might exceed the denominator, which you don't explicitly spell out what this ratio would be, but the denominator would be the number of calls that actually originated or terminated in the municipality.
So yeah, it would, the intent anyway is that it's calls that are going to a particular municipality, not places that are the agencies that are sending the dispatching agency. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, and you know, open to you know, if you have suggestions.
McDonald has
Does the language in your bill provide a method to solve the type of problem that Senator Chittenden was describing and offering some possible solutions to?
I guess if anything, I don't know, before you answer that, I would just welcome spelling out of what that K ratio is. So when I hear ratio, I'm thinking of something against compared to something else, and it's unclear to me how that denominator is going to be determined.
Yeah, no, that's
Then I repeat the question. I don't expect that this bill is going to answer those questions, but it would set up in the bill a method to analyze the type of suggestion or
yeah,
that has just been put forward.
right. I
I
think
just don't
that's
see the issue, because Kay says the ratio of a municipality's call volume served by the municipality.
So is
So
it,
it's their call volume, it's their municipality.
No,
Respond back to this bill today?
there's
That's
no,
what's
there's
there.
no local police in a lot of the areas of Washington County. So if a police call comes in, they've either got to wait for the state police or one of the locals will get dispatched. That's part of the rub. When my neighbor, who has no police force, says defund the police, and that's written on a wall in Plainfield that has no police, it's either Barry Montpelier or probably Berlin, you know, that would go, and there used to be some choice as to whether or not you went, but, you know, and I don't think there is, but that's, a lot of these police departments, most have volunteer fire. There may be some where there's no local fire, but police, there's a lot of towns that have dealt with a farmer, a big dog and a shotgun. And that's one of the arguments that comes up on why we need to own guns, is because it takes an hour for the police to get here.
But this all equals to the funds that go to the regional dispatch center.
so
It should be when it's done. This bill isn't going to do it.
I want to speak to Senator Chittenden's question. I think it's a good one. I think it could probably actually be a little bit clearer. And so it might be the ratio of municipal's call volume that was served by the regional dispatch center.
Okay.
Set up a mechanism.
by that municipality? I'd just love to know what that ratio is. I like where you're going.
Yeah, yeah,
The formula
yeah,
is
let's-
unclear to me
no,
what
no,
that
fair
ratio
enough.
is. Well, maybe somebody from EMS.
Yes.
Okay. We're adjusting the agenda, so we're gonna have more time on
I
this.
took too much time
Okay.
yesterday.
So we are not doing the PS 25 this afternoon, if anyone's here for that. We're gonna move it to tomorrow, when we may have a lighter schedule.
So I'm all about this, like the formulas, they're very exciting. But I know that we have a lot of other formulas in law, like education, finance and elsewhere. Do we always write them like this? Does this
No.
constitute plain
We have a math
English?
teacher in our presence.
Okay, I mean, I love it, yay, but I do worry that it doesn't sort of meet our like efforts at plain language. When you think about other complex formulas that we have that I just don't know how to write them out.
This could be a.
When we finish,
Yeah.
because we're looking at the formula,
Mhm.
we can put it in whatever form you want.
Would that be like a bummer
The
for
first
you?
one I can get through, I get to the second one, and all my math phobia comes up.
It feels a little more complicated, honestly.
Yeah, well, if I get threatened by it, your average citizen is probably not even gonna bother to try. So I think, yes, we can.
We
run it.
should know this
We
because
should know
math is
this.
important.
We
We're the
probably
finance
did
committee.
50 years ago, but we don't now.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Well said.
So, are you suggesting that effectively this just be written out in language rather than in formula form?
I think you can put the formula in, if we decide to go with that formula, our amendment can say, it will, and just write it out.
Okay.
It will be the call volume divided by and added to, and then you have it in both forms for people that speak math and people
Sure.
that speak
English?
English, and maybe we'll have 3 more languages.
Well, we can put it in equation E's and use English as the factors.
I think that would help. Maybe we could do Braille, but,
Just up the lines of the.
yes.
So I actually think
Get it so most people can read.
the K equals the ratio of municipalities called that was served by the municipality. If it's not being served by the municipality, it's more than just a mutual aid change. I think that does need to say the regional
I
district.
think it does, yeah.
Because it wasn't necessarily served by the municipality.
I just don't know what the ratio is and what goes into
Yeah,
that.
mutual aid is usually there's a 3-alarm fire and 4 fire departments show up.
So if I can,
If I may, mutual aid, you can actually do it by the call where it's originated, what town. So, and if it's a big enough fire, you know what departments have been dispatched to that town. So I can run a query on my records management and know exactly where I've gone to each town. So you would know that by dispatching from each dispatch center.
Okay, can you just identify yourself for the record?
My name's Deputy Chief Joe Walser. I come to the Bear City Fire Department. I'm also the Vice President of Capital Fire Mutual Aid.
Okay.
So just to beat a dead horse. I can use that expression still.
I think I can, well, what's in the numerator denominator?
Is it calls served by a municipality over calls originated in a municipality or calls responded to in a
We have
municipality?
2 professors now talking. and I'm going to
It's
lose track of what
nuanced, but it's an important formula.
So
to
they're
say.
finished, and then we'll hear.
Calls served by the RDC that originated in that municipality divided by the calls that originated in that municipality total.
Not, okay, all right. originated.
Yeah, so,
So there's originated, served, and they are not necessarily the same thing.
But served by the dispatch center.
right, served by that dispatch center.
Oh,
Right.
good formula.
I'm happy to make it clear if it's not clear. That's fine.
And maybe as we finish and listening to the witnesses, it will become clearer what some of the concerns are.
Sure.
And this, I have a feeling, is until we get out and field test it, it may be something that's going to get tweaked. This is the first effort to say, and we've got some places dispatch and take 911. Some towns dispatch for themselves and others. And they also answer calls in other municipalities. And then there's mutual aid. During the Montpelier flood, there were Barry and Berlin, and I think East Montpelier. There were fire trucks parked on every hill here because our fire station was underwater. And so they were just there in case there was an emergency. The church burnt in Moretown, which has a volunteer fire department, but Waterbury, Montpelier, and Barry, I think, responded. And before the volunteers could get there and get their truck out, which was across the street. So you've got all of those towns are answering calls outside of their municipality or their service area. And fire's done this for a long time. Police, it's a newer service, and fire, I think we all know that at some point we're gonna need our neighbors from the town to come in for the bucket brigade. Police has not been that kind of organized. So, all right, okay. Do we have any more questions for Senator Watson? And we can all agree she would probably flunk us.
No.
It took me till I got to graduate school and to figure out that I missed a semester of math, just the way my school moved me around. And I don't know that I've ever figured it out. Okay,
Here now.
I'm here now, and I know how to find a calculator, yes.
So I'm intrigued and delighted to see the various subjects that the witnesses have looked into, and I caution them against designing formulas in the bill, rather than in the bill saying formulas need to be designed to balance, X, Y, and Z.
Okay, and I think,
Otherwise, we're lacking, we're overly restricted.
but we're gonna hear, this is a first, this committee's had a lot to work with. That's why the formula comes here. Stephanie Barrett, I asked her to take a look at this because she's our math genius. And she's gonna come in, I think, the end of the day, whenever we get her, and she had some thoughts that might help us work our way through this.
Can I just clarify, are you basically saying our job is to prescribe the end result, that each community pay their fair share based on call volume and service, and not spell out exactly the math to get there?
Any more than you can say how many watts the devices that that the radios use, or the redundant systems, how they're built.
Right.
But they should be redundant, but we're not gonna tell them to use
And we could,
this type of wire, or this type of.
I mean, we are just forming this, and some of these towns have just relied on the state police for years. Mostly that's police, and most of them don't use a whole lot of police. But there are issues when there is a problem. Okay, Maria, do you wanna? Use the 2,000 foot and any insights that might help us? I think the formula is what our jurisdiction is. Maybe there's something in there.
So Marie Royal with Legislative Council. So what I'm passing around now is just an outline of the committee bill
Good.
as introduced, that's 139. And the reason why I wanted to do that is because I figured you might not want to walk through all 36 pages of the bill.
Do you want other people to have those?
Anybody? It's also
We've
online.
got a couple extras. Okay.
Yeah, so this is just to give you the context. I think Senator Hardy and Senator Watson did a great job kind of explaining everything, the intent of the bill and what they tried to do. And I'll happily answer any questions about the bill that I can. But I thought it'd be easier to work from the outline, just to further present the context. And then if you want to focus specifically on the assessment, the collection, and the distribution, we can do that too. So that being said, Section 1, the title, Section 2, the findings and intent, and again, Senator Hardy explained some of the problems and inequities that the bill seeks to address.
So the
Section
6 PSAPs.
So there's 2 state, there's Williston and Westminster, there's 1 county in Lamoille, the sheriff's.
Kelvin said all that's in Target. I was there when I called 911. The young man that answered didn't know I was in shouting distance of the ambulance. He was, I don't know where, because none of these are near Central Vermont.
Maybe probably Williston,
He was probably in Williston.
probably in Williston.
Yeah.
So these are the
He's gonna
PSAPs.
call, these with the PSAP.
Yep.
And that's gonna say relatively the same.
Correct.
Okay. The changes are who does the local dispatch, who and how those local dispatches, are organized, so there's enough of them so that you know who's closest, because some of our towns are like the jigsaw puzzle, and who's closest in an emergency. And then how do those dispatch centers get funded?
Right.
Other than by local property tax dollars, which I think is somewhat, you know, if you're dispatching for yourself, it's all property tax. If you start dispatching for others, you, I think, frequently charge a fee. But what is that fee based on, which is always a source of dispute? It's never enough, or it's always too much, depending on who's paying what. And this is trying to set a formula. So the dispatch centers aren't left with fighting over who pays them what. I can't talk.
Yeah, they
Keep
will
going.
still have a budget. Each dispatch center will still have a budget, and they're responsible for paying for the services in their area. But it's, I think what it's seeking to do is to make sure, first of all, every municipality has coverage, is dispatched, and there are enough dispatchers, there are enough regional dispatch centers to provide service statewide, and every municipality is paying some portion of the overall statewide dispatch budget.
Okay, will a municipality have the ability to say, nope, don't want to?
So, not really, but there is a couple of exceptions to that, or things that I want to mention. In the, Senator Hardy mentioned that this is a process, this is going to be a phased-in process, and that's going to begin, the transition will begin with a 911 board right away, effective on passage. They will submit a report in January, the initial annual report. And I'm going to look at that right now because there were some recommendations that are going to come back to you in January. So if you want to turn to page 32, line 16, this is the annual reporting requirement. So I'm just going to read through quickly a summary of the board's progress with this whole transition process and recommendations generally. And then in that initial report on page 33, it will include a recommendation for collecting money from a municipality or response agency that receives dispatch services from a state police answering point free of charge. So these are the people that are dispatched by Williston and Westminster PSAPs, and for distributing such funds to state entities, right? So making sure that that's covered. Then 2, a recommendation, this is just transferring existing positions in the Department of Public Safety that might be more appropriate. 3, a recommendation for waiving, and this is getting to the question you asked, Senator Cummings, in whole or in part, the dispatch assessment for a municipality that provides dispatch services only for local agencies within its municipal boundaries. So that is the one waiver provision that might not be subjected to the formula. Otherwise, every other municipality, and then unless there's a waiver
East
granted,
Overshoe
everybody
that
takes.
just has a fire department, couple volunteers. And I guess you call, I don't know who, the fire department, but everybody in town knows who you call when there's a fire to get it dispatched. What about 911? If somebody picks up that isn't on the old folks, party line and knows who to call, so they,
You call 911.
you call
It's gonna go to
911
one of
and
the
911 is
PSATs.
going to call their fire station to dispatch them.
Right, so so you have the call taker, right? This is the 911 system right now. You have the 6 PSAPs and you have the call takers. That's staff, right? They take the 911 call. Some of those call takers also dispatch, so they might call, if they know the local response agency, they might be trained to do dispatching in addition to just receiving a 911 call. Other call takers would go to what are the regional dispatch centers, right? They know where, they can see where the calls originated, and they know what entity dispatches fire, ambulance, police for that location, and they will call that dispatcher. So, and it varies, right? So that's part.
I think we're starting to see the complexity.
And so as part of this transition process,
Okay, if you're here for the cigarette bill,
Yes.
we're not gonna start until 2:30,
Thank you.
okay?
So as part of the transition process, which begins immediately, a lot of it is going to be data collection, finding out what the funding is, finding how many services are available, what's being paid, all of that. And that's part, and then it was a recognition, I think, Senator Watson can, I think, acknowledge that trying to understand what's happening and how it's happening.
I will stop asking questions. I think we should go back,
So, okay,
because we are coming back to this after cigarettes, and we are here until 30.
so I will just, so looking in section 3, so as was explained, what will exist in section 3 is the new kind of 911 board. It's now going to be the Vermont Public Safety Communications Board. It will continue to do 911. It will also do dispatch. So it will be one integrated public safety communications system.
Okay.
The board membership is expanded, their rulemaking authority, the responsibilities, that's all addressed. That becomes effective next July. So the 911 board begins the transition, and then basically when this new board is operational, it becomes the successor in interest to the 911 board, and it takes over the transition. However, because as you have heard, the assessment, the collection, and the distribution doesn't happen for 4 years. There's still a transition phase that will
This is
continue.
why this has to go to pros, right?
Well, there's also an appropriation because there are 8 new classified positions authorized in this bill.
Which is why we have to get it out.
That would be under the 911 board, and it's $1 million. So that being said, and in the recognition of time, and I'll just quickly, so you have the new board, we're gonna go back to that, look at the formula. Section 4 explains this transition process, right? The advisory committee, the oversight, the data collection, the implementation, et cetera, the report backs. Section 5 is just the appropriation, that transfer of the $11 million, part of which Joint Fiscal Committee already approved. right? This is saying all unobligated funds would now go to the 911 board because they're taking over from the Department of Public Safety essentially. There's reference to the federal congressionally directed spending money, the $9 million. Again, that would be transferred if possible, if federal law allows it, to the 911 board. And then section 7, we see the new 8 positions and the appropriation. So now, because I know you want to focus on the assessment, if you want to actually look at the bill, you can turn to page 19.
Yes, that's where the formula was.
Okay. So I probably won't do as good of a job as Senator Watson because I think she did a great job explaining this.
Yeah, I don't know.
You might not have
Yeah, I
questions,
don't
so
know
you-
that
I
we
think
do.
you got it
I'd like
great.
to hear from the witnesses.
Yes, that makes sense.
And
Okay.
then, once we hear if there are concerns, then we can probably better formulate.
Yeah, the only thing that I will say as a drafter, you're right, like we typically don't put formulas, but I actually found, personally, I found this very clear and very helpful to the extent that you can define all the terms, and I understand there's some discussion about that. But, so whatever you decide to do, we'll get it
I
drafted.
think we can do both. I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah, I think so too.
okay, so, agenda. Wynn, Zakoff. Bill, Karen Poole. Ballsworth. Mr. Whitaker, I'm gonna try and get through some of the folks. Steve, I know you're usually around, so if I have to move somebody down, I'll move you down. You were the last on. And we'll keep moving, okay.
Good afternoon, Gwen Zacher from Mount League of Cities and Towns. In the interest of time, I'm going to read a little bit, but not scripted, just so I can stay on point. In our 2023-2024 legislative platform that our voters all voted on in October of last year, we have 2 positions within our policy positions that speak to dispatching and regional public safety. And I'll just read them out to you. VLCT supports long-term systemic approach to financially support call handling and dispatch emergency services. And VLCT supports funding municipalities to explore, consolidate, integrate, and regionalize public safety services. The bill before you today does not accomplish the first statement, and the bill only partially attempts to address the second. The bill is trying to solve a dispatching problem identified by DPS with the claim that there is a capacity problem at the state level and an inability to hire and retain dispatchers at the state. This bill responds by creating an even larger dispatching role at the state level, but with the role of oversight given to a newly revamped E911 board. It creates more oversight for dispatching agencies, creates a scheme that gives less control to individual dispatching agency operations, and centralizes the funding of dispatching agencies in a redistribution model. What it doesn't do is create new dispatching agencies in areas that currently need to be based, that have been identified by the state as current needed areas. The bill asks that an advisory committee seek to establish at least one of these new regional dispatch centers, and they would have to meet all the design standards and protocols that are put forth in the bill. But it does little to get these proposals off the ground and really incentivize and encourage these regions and entities to go down these paths. And I encourage you to ask the witnesses that are going to go after me to talk about how logistically difficult it is to create new dispatching centers and to create governing structures under law to land on these final products of regional dispatch. If DPS has identified the problem they need to solve, it's getting out of the business of providing dispatch to non-state agencies. This bill does accomplish that in a roundabout way, but it also creates a whole new centralized oversight role of emergency communications and dispatching outside of DPS, which was not an identified problem by DPS and not by our members of VLCT. I think this bill would be a really hard sell to most of my municipalities, regardless of whether they contract for dispatching, whether they get it from the state or they run their own dispatching centers currently. There's just enough in here to not like for every town and city in the state, so therefore it's hard to support the bill.
What's in there not till, you said you need dispatching and you need to be able to get paid. we've had a centralized E911 and calling out to the dispatches. What specific, because we haven't spent the last 6 weeks on this, what specifically don't the cities and towns like?
Well, specifically, this is creating, again, a whole new model of an oversight of dispatch. The identified problem initially was that the state didn't have the capacity to dispatch for those non-state entities.
Right.
But, and I think there was 2 or 3 positions that they had identified. We're creating 8 new whole positions to create an oversight, but we're not actually creating any new dispatching agencies within the bill in the identified areas that are having problems, which, as I understand, is the Westminster barracks down in the Rutland County area where there is a big hole. It sort of starts the conversation, but in that conversation, it starts creating a whole, it's solving a problem that I think in our opinion doesn't really exist right now. I don't think there is a problem with oversight and regulation. Again, I would defer to those folks that are providing these services or that run dispatching centers because they can speak more clearly to that. It just goes way beyond what the ask was in the first instance, which was figuring out how to offboard those 90, 95, I don't know what the exact number is, of non-state agencies that the state didn't want to dispatch for.
Okay.
So I'll jump to the very end because I know that you're focusing on the funding model and it's encouraging to hear some of the confusion that was going on. But I think the funding model is confusing. I think if I have a hard time understanding it, I will have a hard time explaining it to select boards and city councils, and the select boards and city councils have a hard time describing it to Joe Smith and Susan Smith on the street. And those are the individuals that will be paying it out of the property tax. Because what this is doing is asking towns and cities to write a check to the state to redistribute to these dispatching agencies, where currently those checks are going directly to them. So just in that regard, it's confusing. What's also confusing is that we don't know what those numbers are now. It's going to take some time to sort out. And as towns are prepping for their town meeting budgets every year, they need to have some preparation, some understanding of what the underlying funding will be, what the needs are. And right now it's a humongous question mark, and it's hard to gauge even sort of the scope of where that number may lie.
Okay, but you've got 4 years before anything's going to be assessed, at which point, if things aren't a whole lot clearer, I'm feeling somebody in this building might kill it.
Agreed.
But again, you know, this has been an issue since I've been here. I think I heard Senator Hardy say is that yes, emergency services is a state responsibility. We've kind of left it to the towns in a patchwork. As I said, everybody has fire, because everybody has fires, but many, if not most, don't have police services, but do on occasion need them. We all have found out that emergency management for power outages and all those hurricanes and blizzards is another area where things need to be dispatched. And I know, and I'm going to say it, Mr. Whitaker probably is going to bring it up, you know, that we have some resiliency problems when the lines go down. During the flood month, Montpelier put its phone lines underground because we didn't want them subject to blizzards and snow. And we never figured on a flood. And so we lost our merch, and their cell phones were a brand new thing. And somebody, I think it was AT&T, gave the city like everything in their showroom to use. That was the only way out of the police radios to communicate. And there's a bunch of other things I think that are figured in here, but we've got to start.
Yeah, and just to, and as far as I understand it in the bill, the bills would be sent to the municipalities to pay for that state role. So the state is taking over that responsibility, but it's expecting.
It is, yes,
towns
it's going to organize, yes. But, well, I think the state is keeping its present funding, which is keeping the PSAPs open.
And the E911 boards, like, and,
Yeah.
you know, original and
Well,
current
they're
function,
getting funded by the already
not so
inadequate, yes,
Yes.
phone charge. Okay, Senator Rob.
So
the way I see it, the positions of the E911 board is probably an appropriations question. Like we, if we have to focus. So what I'm seeing for us to look at is not only that formula and whether or not we try to be more general than that, but also kind of this process where it talks about how the municipal dispatch assessment is arrived at. And but there's like a lot of time, it looks like, for, I don't know if it's for groups to look at the formula and like decide if it works, or there's just some kind of process in the middle there that's supposed to get everyone on board. Is that process a problem? Like it looks like.
Oh, the advisory committee?
I'm looking at municipal dispatch assessment beginning 2027. Formula, board determines rate for unorganized towns, apply to new regional dispatch summit. I'm just trying to understand like where this could, where there could be a place where there's equal footing, equal sort of representation at the table to say, okay, we're starting with this problem that we have to solve, but we know instead of a study, which we received a few of here, at the end of it, we're gonna have a fee that largely does this. Here's the process, because this is 4 years we have to, I think, sort of like get toward a formula. So I'm just trying to narrow our focus or understanding of like what our committee should be looking at is like the process to arrive at the fee or the assessment for community and the formula.
Right, and I think that's the, and Ledge Council can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the advisory committee is the one that's helping assist starting that process with the E911 board. Right? And I don't think we have a problem with that. It's more of the selling, having an expectation of what it's actually going to cost, because there's an assumption that if a town is paying X amount of dollars now for a contract, pay, let's say, Montpelier or Ferry City to do their dispatch, it's going to be larger, because not only you're going to be paying for dispatch, you're going to be paying for all of the oversight functions, and how much will that be? And because there's also an onboarding of a lot of those communities, and I think not to get off the record, but there's a lot of those 90-ish agencies that are currently being dispatched by the state police. A lot of people don't realize a lot of them are ambulance services who simply do not have the money to pay for dispatching because they have such a huge call volume and they don't have any money. So a lot of towns don't even know they're not paying for dispatch because they just write their checks to every year to their ambulance service to provide service, and that's why they've been increasing the cost right now. So if they're taking on those call volumes, they're going to see significant increases in what they're paying, which is fine. I think the initial proposal several years back was that the state wanted to get out of the business of dispatching for non-state agencies, and the proposal had been, well, let's just charge them. And I think that would have been, it was been a hard pill to swallow, but it would have been much.
We're not going to get to the cigarette bill for at least another probably 20 minutes.
We're just giving out daffodils, ma'am, for the American Cancer Society. We didn't want to interrupt.
Oh,
We're just
okay.
gonna sit down quietly and wait our turn.
Okay, well, but this is on dispatch. So,
Again, we didn't want to interrupt. We're just gonna
Okay.
sit down and be quiet.
okay, I've had several people that are waiting for the next bill. So if that's not you, I apologize. All right, so,
Had the state gone forward with that proposal, I mean, they could have either had a proposal that covered the cost of what they needed to cover, or they could have put together even a proposal where what they were charging was so high, where it would make those agencies go elsewhere to existing dispatching to get services, and the problem would have been solved. It would have been a tough pill to swallow, but it would have been done. Now the response is creating this whole new system, which is fine, but the cost
your
of
basic worry is that the towns, you understand that there's gonna have to be some formula and people are gonna have to get paid to dispatch. You're worried about this big umbrella system and that you're gonna pay for that. I think, Maria, is the 911 board paid?
911 board's funded from the universal service fund.
But is the board member, are they paid? Or they are?
Yeah, so, well, the
I
executive,
always miss those with boards.
Well, it's the sketch. I don't know what it is. Just a minute.
Is it our glorious fifty dollars?
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Okay, so we're not picking up a whole lot.
There's $1 million appropriated.
Those are for the new.
Those are the
positions.
new
Okay, I just
positions
make sure we're clear.
that we need to keep the PSAPs running, right?
No, well,
No.
those are new positions that would be under the 911 board to basically transition and do everything contemplated by this act.
Okay.
Sort of.
So those are the positions you're concerned about paying for. That's the additional, or that could grow.
Yes, and as appropriation now, again, it's not really clear, but I might have missed it, if they're rolled into the overall ongoing costs when in 2028, the towns are going to have to start picking up the bill.
Okay. I'm gonna have to move.
That's
this.
fine, thank you so much.
For anyone that can hang around, we're gonna be knocking this one out. Bill Fraser. And then I have Mr. Aldsworth. And then we'll go to cigarettes and Mr. Whitaker, I know that you'll be with us. Okay.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. I have a lot of, my name is Bill Fraser. I'm the city manager in Montpelier. I'm with Deputy Chief Aldsworth.
Do you want to come up?
City, well, there, and Carrie McCool, who is our dispatch supervisor for Montpelier. We currently dispatch for approximately 23 communities. Barry has their communities, and we've been working in partnership on a regional
Well, I know
dispatch.
there's been a lot of
Correct.
work on regional dispatch
Yes.
between
So I think if you have questions specifically, there's been a lot of talk and comment here about how 911 calls work. We actually have experts here, and I think might be able to provide real clear information
Karen,
about
you
that.
can bring a chair up if you want.
So if
or-
there's questions.
Here,
about-
let's switch chairs over there.
in the interest of time, I'm going to try to speak very generally. As you just heard from Lynn, a couple of years ago, the state said we want to get out of dispatching for municipalities. And so they basically tried to set up a system where existing or new regional dispatches could be created or enhanced so that they could take on the customers that were left
And
behind.
just to put this in perspective, the first of these studies and efforts I'm aware of took place when it was ongoing, when I joined the city council in 1984.
Correct. And I believe that, and certainly the issue of inequity of funding for dispatch has been an issue. Quite frankly, there's been a lot of discussion here today, pointing out many of the inequities in public safety. You know, we have fire departments everywhere, but not all of them are full-time, so seeing full-time responders often get there before the volunteers do. We have police, inequities in police. So there's a lot that's going on. I want to focus on dispatch because essentially you've gone, just a couple of you, where the state said we want to get out of dispatching. We want to set up these regional, we're going to take over dispatching for the entire state. This is a huge change in policy. And it's essentially creating an Act 60 for dispatch, where everybody pays in, everybody pays out. And I think the fear that Gwen was talking about isn't just that $1 million. There's a base rate set by the state based on the overall state need. So we don't know what that base rate's going to be any given year. We don't know how that compares to what we have. And then we have this formula that decides what comes in and what comes out. It's not clear. We heard Senator Hardy say that we want to keep the good systems that are working. But then I read the bill and it talks about how they have to be approved by the board. They have to be a certain way. So does, as I said, we contracted 23 towns. Mary has theirs. Is that going to be allowed to continue, or is that going to be suddenly become a state-funded thing? I look at this and say, if you've got underserved areas or areas of the state, a few years ago, the state police wanted to charge for services, and that got big pushback, right? Well, that's essentially what this is now. And so set this system up, create the formula for the places that need dispatch, have them pay for it now. And I think the initial question that was asked, finding dispatchers is difficult, whether it's this system or anything else. We had to drastically change pay and benefits here. Unfortunately, we're fully staffed now, plus we have Carrie, and everybody wants to work for her. But it's a very huge challenge. We're still understaffed with police. So why is this system going to be any different? I'd say if you're going to create 8 new positions, create put that into the new dispatch center, hire 8 dispatchers and create the dispatch center. You know, I just don't see why we need this overarching bureaucracy. And getting parochial to Montpelier, we, along with our partners in Barry, have advanced a study. We've actually worked cooperatively with our neighboring communities to have a plan to fix our radio towers, upgrade our technology, do all these things. And we were the ones that were the $2.5 million grant and have made additional expensive studies awarded to that. And this bill specifically says that the $11 million that was approved last year will be used for this, the unobligated portion, and then it says that includes funds that have been awarded but haven't been paid out. So poof, our money's gone. In 4 years, our dispatchers in our towns won't have the benefit of improved services. There still won't be a new dispatch center, and we'll be talking about a model. So I would ask that you support the efforts that are underway, that you think long and hard about the wisdom of this. And if you're going to create funding, I understand, you know, you're trying to recreate the statewide emergency services system in a couple hours.
Well, our job is just to look
I
at the
understand.
formula,
But there's a lot of issues there, and I think there's a lot of unintended issues. I applaud the idea of having standard services, you know, I applaud the idea of having maybe some technology standards that everybody, you know, I could see a board saying, everyone should have computer-aided dispatch, everyone should have this type of technology, and we're going to create the grants to help everyone have that. But that's the level of service that people ought to have, and it ought to be available statewide. But this is a huge step. I'm going to stop talking because I know you're time. If you have any questions, or Joe or Carrie want to add anything to this, but also if you have technical questions.
Joe, you want to add Gary?
If I just may,
I got Joe next on the agenda then.
I noticed that the bill does not have any skin in the game for those areas that have not planned for their radio system, identified some of their shortcomings and identified how they're going to replace it. There are some areas in the state that absolutely have no plan. And I think that's important to understand, is that now the state's going to come forward and say, oh, we'll fix it for you, when there's no skin in the game locally, where there are dispatch centers that have taken that upon themselves, invested in that point, that purpose of providing the dispatching and getting to those regions that can't here. And so I don't see that here, but I also don't see what happens in 10 years when the system ages out, when the technology becomes old. And I don't see that forethought. But I also say, okay, so say, just use this as Rutland comes forward and says, well, I'm ready to go in, I'm in. The board says no problem. Then they look at the tower and the tower's like 12 years old, 15 years old, needs to be replaced. Then who pays for that additionally?
Aren't you guys, no, that's cell towers. You're still using,
No, ma'am.
so that whole federal towers going everywhere, all emergency services can talk to each other isn't. FirstNet, yes, that's not helping at all.
So that's for cellular based. So we're talking about the
You guys are
LMR,
cellular
land
based.
mobile radio. So right now, we don't have those. And right now, the efforts for placing cell towers, not in my backyard, people,
Well, yes, I've heard that they aren't going up as quickly.
and we're having difficulties co-locating on those towers with those entities, and they're saying, no, we can't use your generators, and no, we're only going to give you one instead of 2 antennas. And there's a lot of red tape and bureaucracy that we're running into, especially with AT&T, and they're not producing the towers as quickly. So
Well, I know they've not got as many others. Okay. Committee questions I'll go, and then I'll go to Carrie.
There's nothing I can really add to what they've said. That's, you know, lucky part of going last. So I can just say that I agree with what they've come forward with. I worked at Montpelier for just 10 years, and I came from a dispatch center that was much more rural and did have a different set of oversight. It is a privilege to work for Montpelier and in the leadership, and going forward with what we have was very exciting to see that we were awarded the money based on all the hard work we had done, putting all the extra effort in, getting extra studies, doing all this stuff.
If you didn't get it, right away.
We didn't, and now we're back on hold and we're back in this process, and now we're looking at potentially losing everything that we've kind of worked so hard to get, to see it be redistributed, when we really have something that's working very good for our community and our surrounding communities, and we're able to have that mutually.
This is Barry and Montpelier, right? This is.
And-
And for Capital West, we go as far out as Walden and as far out as Warren, so that we're dispatching for, and we have that mutual aid with all of them.
Little white things on that.
No, we're not white, we're the big blue.
There's a
We
big
are in the
blue.
white, because we have Northfield and Roxbury, and they're in the white. But we have all that area, and we've really been working hard, and these radio and tower and upgrades was gonna help all of that area.
So this would just take all of that money and hold it up for 4 years
And potentially longer.
or longer.
And be
in
redistributed.
between, we've got a major area, major dispatch area that is not able to upgrade it. And I thought when the presentation was done to joint fiscal, you were gonna be able to pick up a couple more towns.
Our plan was to pick up, we already have, we picked up Warren, Berry City has picked up Randolph, Brookfield.
Brookfield.
So we've already started picking that up, because the idea was that the state wanted to offload some of those towns, so we each picked up a couple. And to be able to expand further, we would need these upgrades, and then we'd be able to take some more of the states, which it was the goal at the time.
Okay.
So we, this is really kind of put.
Do you want to offer anything about kind of how the 911 call works?
So I was kind of listening to the various different variations of how 911 call works, so real brief, because I know everybody's on an agenda today. But when you call 911 from your cell phone, really online, wherever the emergency is, or not, but there is an emergency. When you call 911, it goes to the PSAP, the answering point, which we have established, there's 6 of them in the state, whether it be one of the state police or one of the others. There's an answering point, an agent, they call themselves, a 911 agent, who picks up that phone, asks what your emergency is, determine what type of help you need, police, fire, EMS. They type it into a computer system, and it pops up an address. Hence why the Berry Street address was so important,
I
because
know,
they were
but it's
probably
really
up in
frustrating
Williston.
when you can see the ambulance in
It
the
is. And so they type it in, and they, on that, so it would have said Berry,
Yeah.
Montpelier, it pops up Montpelier, they push a button, and it calls Montpelier.
Could have popped in St. Augustine's Church and it would
And
have.
they,
My
So if
phone
you
can
say
tell
that,
me where it
they
is.
can go to Google, and they can Google that address, and they can do it. And this all comes back to a bigger issue of a CAD system. So then it goes down to Montpelier, Montpelier picks up the phone, the agent gives them the information. Meanwhile, the caller may be trying to give the information as well. We get the information, and then we dispatch the ambulance and fire. In Montpelier, it's really close, we have that. Sometimes it's out in Walden, and then we have all the other issues of towers and radios, and whether it's working, who we're competing against, sharing towers, who we can hear, Canadians bleeding in, Grand Isle bleeding in, our other areas bleeding in. And so a PSAP, call 911, it's answered somewhere in the state, and then they type it into a map. Map tells you where it goes, they press a button, it goes to that dispatcher that dispatches the agency of the emergency.
And how has that changed with cell phones? Because the original E911, your address popped up when you call from your landline.
Yeah.
And so they already had that address from
That's
where your
right.
call was, but now everyone's calling from cell phones.
So
That
cell
could
phones,
be
it's
it.
able to ping a location, the accuracy is not 100%. So you may or may not get that. Again, they'll ask the location, just like they do on a landline, to confirm and try to narrow it down.
Well, I just asked why I couldn't cheat on online sports betting, and I was informed that the agencies can tell within 500 feet of the state line where Senator Cummings is
like
placing
5
her
feet.
vote. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it depends
was
on
scary.
the accuracy and the towers and like buildings, mountains.
Yes, then there are the mountains. That's in theory, that's in Nebraska. Okay, Senator, and we're gonna have to wrap this up because I've got,
You got a whole full life.
I may need a cigarette.
Does GPS figure into this at all?
So there are GPSs to figure in, that's like if your car has a GPS system in it, it has those little SOS buttons, and you press that because you get in an accident. That GPS signal can play into where an emergency is and how it's answered.
Yeah, because I live on a GPS mistake. Whereas people end up in my yard because GPS told them to go there.
Yeah,
That's
so,
not where they're going.
no. different technology, except for when you're talking about, like, there are GPS coordinates in
I think my
vehicles.
car says it'll automatically call.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
send around.
As we wrap up and return to this, I think we need to hear from someone from local government who feels positively about this bill in order to
Oh, yeah.
move it today. So I don't see that.
We just took whoever called to come in.
Okay.
I don't,
Can GovOps find us, I mean, there's people who are overpaying now from what I recall from Ways and Means years ago, but like, I think we have to hear something different. That's
I-
right now.
I have to trust that the other committee did in their jurisdiction. Maria, if you can think of any,
We saw Senator Watson too,
Yes.
maybe, and maybe she can respond late, I was just gonna see.
she's from the same town, so we're not getting any diversity.
But at least she knows what they heard of.
Yeah.
So we heard a lot of testimony on the problem. We heard from a few folks after the bill came out. We heard from Jennifer Morrison, Commissioner Morrison, as well as
So state government.
Barb Neal, who was also favorable towards it. We did hear from City Manager Jesse Baker, South Burlington, who was critical of it. So, yeah, that's what I've got for you.
Do you have someone from local government that is supportive of the bill that could come in today?
I don't think I know of any, well, so I think I know of places where dispatch is not working well, who might be interested.
I think what you're seeing is why this has been an issue since at least the 1980s.
Yeah.
And it is essentially, anybody, many, probably at this point, most people understand why they might need the service. But when it comes down to how you pay for it, who pays for it, and how it gets done equitably, it tends.
Well, and I was in those conversations 10 years ago, Ways and Means ago, what I'm hearing is concerning. It just feels more concerning than, this is just tough nitties. Like, this feels like money that people were told would be going to them to actually beef up current regional dispatch that's an operations question, but I'm just concerned.
We will
I'm
be
not-
back to this.
Okay.
I intend to take a trip down the hall
Okay.
and say, we might not get this out, but because it doesn't start for 4 years, this isn't cigarettes. Because it doesn't start for 4 years, do we have to have it out now, or could we continue to have it worked on? But I think that given the amount of time and effort that's gone into it across the hall, I think we know how we felt when people messed with our housing bill.
Yeah,
Uh,
but I think
we will get pushed back.
I was
Yeah,
trying to
no,
move
I
it today
think,
with
yeah,
like a supportive comment or
Yeah,
some
I-
nuance I'm missing, but I'm struggling.
Yeah. I think we are, and we haven't heard from the small towns who probably don't think they need this anyway, and we're gonna make them pay for it.
If I may, testifying, obviously representing Montpelier, I'm also on the board of the league. And I would like to say, I think the local government community is interested in reaching a solution and understanding the needs. I think what you're hearing from me and from Gwen is that this is a monster sea change in just a year. From the state's bailing out of dispatch, and we're asking the municipalities to take it over, and we'll provide you funding to do so. And some of us took steps to do that too. Basically, we're gonna take it all over. And it's just seen, I think
Now we're not
it's
funding.
concerning and it's that open-ended funding, and I think there's just a lot to it. So I want to be clear, it is hard. And I think there are, like I said, maybe apply to places that need it. And use the funding formula for them to pay for dispatch now and leave the rest of us alone. But also provide the funding for those that did the work.
And that had been promised the funds, and it's not your fault, we didn't write the check.
Right.
I mean, your funds were approved, and they just didn't write the check before the bill went in.
I have to add to that, now the cost of the project is probably increased. So
Oh,
now
sure.
we have to figure out that end of it. So as we wait supply chain issues and everything else, the cost goes up.
The copper wire going in
Thank you for listening to us.
there? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to end this. We're gonna do cigarettes and then we're gonna take a break. And when we finish this, we'll probably all, and I've never smoked in my life, but I understand.
I will refrain
Someone might
from
want a cigarette.
I might need to.
That's why we're taking a break.
Are we ready for that?
No, we're doing cigarettes now.
Right. That's what I thought.
Okay. All right, let's.
We're doing for all the committees today. No.
Well, we are interested in it.
Either interested in us wishing it was.
It's just a coincidence. You were doing this anyway.
It's
It's just a coincidence. You were here anyway.
Did you ever smoke?
You don't work any stuff?
You were where?
In the army. $1.90 a carton, $2 a carton.
Yeah.
I tell you, I don't think I've had a cigarette in years.
We're in.
Not a day goes by.
Change the scene here. We have been given daffodils by the Cancer Society and their presence was surely. Okay, spilling my daffodil water. But you can all take some daffodils if you would like, or we can keep them and place the committee with them. They didn't know we were taking up cigarettes. But we are. And our concern in this is the potential loss of state revenue. So that's, the Health and Welfare Committee has jurisdiction over health effects and, but if the bill calls for the banning of flavored cigarettes and vapes, that includes menthol cigarettes. Bill came in here almost identical, I think, very similar, just pre-COVID, so probably 3 to 4 years ago. It died because we had, A, there was some concern about menthol, and B, because we had just raised the smoking age to 21. It hadn't been in effect 6 months, and wanted to give that time to see if it worked. Have we had tests? I get confused if I've had testimony in here or the other committee about, apparently it hasn't worked. And so the Health and Welfare Committee is suggesting we go forward, and Ted needs to be out by 3, joint fiscal, so I can't. Ted.
Great.
Yeah.
So McDonald, I'll pass you notes and you can speak. Because whenever I talk, I could.
All right. All right, Ted Marnett, Joint Fiscal Office. As the chair mentioned, I'm here to talk about the potential tax revenue losses that could result from banning flavored tobacco products and e-liquids. First one to give a very high level overview. Council will be able to do a much better job walking through the bill. The ban would include flavored cigarettes of any kind, particularly menthols. The language is a cigarette that imparts a cooling sensation. This would apply to other flavored tobacco products, including cigars, chewing tobacco, dipping tobacco, and then flavored e-cigarettes of any kind. Just wanted to note here that the federal government began enforcement actions on some types of flavored e-cigarettes, but it did not apply to disposable cartridges. And then there are the bill also requires a report, and for the revenue estimate, a big piece of this is that it's effective in September 1st, 2023. So in the first fiscal year, we're estimating a slightly smaller revenue loss because the bill isn't in effect for the entire fiscal year. But then in fiscal year 25, you'll see the full revenue loss. So before getting into the headline numbers, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we arrived at this estimate at the Joint Fiscal Office. And really start with the fact that we have to forecast some revenue loss, because if you ban a type of cigarettes, right, you're going to lose the tax revenue from those types of tobacco products. At a high level, tobacco has certain types of taxes. One is they're the stamp taxes, and then there's a wholesale tax on e-cigarettes, and then finally there are sales taxes that would be lost. So we started kind of with the full universe of tax revenues, and then attempted to shrink that down to what percentage is flavored. The tax department does not have data on what they get are flavored or not. And so we had to look at studies and market share kind of analysis to understand what percentages. In Vermont, for example, it's estimated that cigarette sales are menthol cigarettes. And so from those market share analysis, we got the maximum revenue loss that could come. And then we also, starting from that maximum revenue loss, we shrunk it down again, saying that some people, there's some evidence from surveys that folks will respond to a ban by quitting tobacco products altogether. Some people will switch to unflavored products, but we also have to shrink in, again, the revenue loss by the folks who will quit. So those numbers, where we arrived at is in fiscal year 24, the general fund revenue loss from stamp taxes, wholesale e-cigarette taxes is $3.5 million. The sales tax revenue loss, which would be in the ed fund, is about 0.6 million. And then so the total revenue loss is about $4.1 million in fiscal year 24. That estimate grows to 5.6 with a full year of implementation in the ban. And then we're anticipating, along with kind of the tobacco revenues or tax revenues are going down just as rates of smoking are decreasing. And so in fiscal year 26, shave off $100,000 on the estimate in revenue loss. So those are the headline numbers. Wanted to caveat those numbers with two pieces of information. First of all, we did the best we can to pour through the literature and understand who would quit as a result of the ban. It's really tricky to understand how that'll play out.
Especially for flavored vapes, which it's illegal for minors to buy, minors being under 21, and yet the use has escalated. I have to wonder, I mean, other than adults are buying them for children in this state, they've got to be sourced from somewhere else. So it may not have that big an impact on our revenues. May not have that big an impact on our smoking either, but I think that's the question. Why raising the age to smoke anything to 21 seems to have had a negligible influence, whereas every time, this is the only tax we can raise that everybody likes us to raise, because it seemed to show, at least amongst youth, raising the rate did cut usage. But we raised the age, and that doesn't seem, at least by the stories we've heard, to have, it seems that usage has expanded, which may have more to do with COVID, but it most certainly hasn't deterred much in the way of smoking unicorn poop flavored vapes. It's a big seller, I am told. It's an actual flavor.
In terms of usage, I know they looked at Massachusetts. I know the
It's been a while.
JFO looked at Massachusetts regarding the effect of this sort of ban. Did you look at any other states? Again, there's some unique characteristics there.
Sure, California is the only one that's banned flavored products. We took a look at California. They don't have a lot of data available yet, and the scaling from California, they're a huge state to scale it down to Vermont. We couldn't get a really good picture from what's going on in California.
Massachusetts.
Any data on youth usage?
So we looked at survey data from percentage of youth smokers who say they would quit. We didn't, I could definitely do some more digging into what happened in those states around youth smoking, if there are any studies, for sure.
Senator McDonald just passed you a note that actually I think is worth raising. So you assume people will stop smoking, but when people ban books, usually the readership of that book goes up. Is there any counter to this, that if we ban menthol cigarettes and all of a sudden it's going to drive more interest? What's in your analysis?
That's a good question. I mean, really, I'm going to be optimistic here and say that folks could potentially use this as, if you've been trying to quit for a long time, you'll say, this is finally, it's going to be hard for me to get menthols. I prefer to smoke menthols. I'm going to take it off the table. Survey data from those folks say that about 35% of adult menthol smokers would quit. So it's not a huge percentage. And really, where we'll see the data is where folks who are saying they're going to quit actually do end up quitting.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of the concern. If you go by the AA meeting at your local church when they're on break, they're all smoking. And some people use cigarettes to counter perhaps something worse. That was some of the issues with the menthol last time. And then I'm sure we won't, just who we have. There's testimony that adults do use vapes. Some come without tobacco, some come, I think most of them have some tobacco as a less dangerous option. A way to help them come down off of a serious nicotine habit. But again, I think what most people are looking at is the number of very young children that vapes are. You don't smell bad. I mean, it's cool, it's pink, it's got jewels on it. Lightning bolts. So it's a balance. We let it go for 4 years. It does not seem, it seems the usage has gone up. So I can remove hoovers. There's a windowsill, there's chairs over there. So it's, okay. Okay, but these are your estimates. And they're $4 to $5 million, given a couple facts.
Exactly, with some understanding that's really hard to predict behavior as a result of the.
And then there's the question of how many of those youth vapes are actually being bought in state. Because I've never heard a complaint that we didn't enforce enough. Many that we enforced with very sneaky tactics, but so it might have less. Okay. Thank you. Now we're gonna move on. I go through this pile and find my agenda again. Right in front. Jen, come on up.
Thank you. Jen Carvey, Legislative Council.
What happened to the comfortable chair that was there?
It's over here.
Oh, well, if you want to switch chairs, feel free, but I tried to make my witnesses not feel like they were. I usually end up where you are, just being able to.
I wouldn't
see
mind
over
the chair, but I don't know if
desk.
there's an issue with getting behind the witness. That's why I got moved. Otherwise,
No, I think we were just, I always found it intimidating to sit in a hard, long chair.
Psychological warfare.
yeah.
So we had an extra nice soft chair that made you rise up.
Sorry, Sid.
Yeah, okay, now we can get down to business.
All right, so Jen Carvey, Legislative Council. This is actually my first time in here this year, which usually most years I spend a lot of time.
I
Not
think
doing
I met
myself.
Senator Chittenden.
Senator Chittenden before, not in this room.
Okay.
All right, so we are looking at S18, which you just got a bit of an overview, but I'll talk a little bit more about. This is an act relating to banning flavored tobacco products and e-liquids. I don't know how much of the bill itself you want to go through or just kind of talk generally about the
Just talk
topics that are in it. Okay. So one thing that I think is important to
60.
No, it's on your, it's on your.
so one thing I think it's important to note that has changed a little bit since the last time that we were looking at this topic is that the federal government is in the midst of rulemaking on banning menthol cigarettes. So they have not issued final rules.
They were doing things with flavored vapes
They have
last time.
done some things. They have done, as Ted said, there's some enforcement action around one of the types of flavored vapes, but it's not the, there are two other types. And Tina may be able to give you more specifics on the different types if you want. But so that is one thing to know. In May 2022, the FDA published its proposed rule that would establish a tobacco product standard prohibiting menthol as a characterizing flavor in cigarettes. The rule has not been finalized. It's not clear what the timing is on that, but it is in progress. So, all right, so one of the main things that the bill does is to add a term e-liquid and define it, that these are the things that kind of go with the vapes or e-cigarettes.
And there are actually stores, your smoke shops that you can get a refillable cartridge and they develop their own flavors or mixtures, or they'll mix.
There's open, right, there's sort of refillable tank versions, there are cartridges that can be filled with different flavors, and there are some that just come disposable vapes that come pre-filled. So there's a fairly broad definition of e-liquid because the technology on this is always evolving and new types of substances or processes are being introduced. We have tried to work with Michelle Childs to try to decouple products that are sold by or regulated by the Cannabis Control Board from these types of products, just so that we don't always have these kind of, it's sometimes the same actual device. And so we're trying to
Did
decouple
have
them so we
somebody,
regulate the separate.
my understanding was you could not sell flavored cannabis.
Outside of the medical context, that
Well,
is.
I had a representative of a lobby, come back. He said he went to the store downtown and had grapefruit flavored something cannabis in root beer barrels with cannabis infusion.
You may want to let the Cannabis Control Board. know
I
that.
might,
So my understanding
that
from
I
them
find
is not an option.
for me, because the medical facility is not downtown per se.
So a lot of the language that's in here is really making some conforming changes to use the same terminology throughout the tobacco statutes, so that now when we're talking about liquids that may contain nicotine and are intended for use as a tobacco substitute, which is the statutory term for a vape or e-cigarette, we're saying e-liquid is the terminology.
So are we outlawing, we're not outlawing tobacco vapes?
No.
No. Okay.
Right, so
Still
the
vape.
heart of the bill is really, if anyone's looking at I have the Senate Health and Welfare strike all, but it's mostly the same as the bill is introduced. This would be new 7 VSA section 1013 on page 16. And it starts out with definitions of characterizing flavor, flavored e-liquid, flavored tobacco product, and flavored tobacco substitute. And characterizing flavor is a taste or aroma other than the taste or aroma of tobacco.
So this is your grandfather's Christmas pipe smoke that makes you
It's not minty
nostalgic.
or it's not, yeah. And it includes tastes or aromas relating to any fruit, chocolate, vanilla, honey, maple, which I will say is not in other states, but I felt like Vermont could not talk about characterizing flavors without putting maple in, so that's why maple is in ours. Candy,
Cigarettes?
candy, yeah, they got herb or spice coming up.
Okay.
Candy, cocoa, dessert, alcoholic beverage, mint, menthol, wintergreen, herb or spice, or other food or drink, or to any conceptual flavor that imparts a taste or aroma that is distinguishable from tobacco flavor, but may not relate to any particular known flavor. This is where your unicorn, I've heard unicorn puke, but anyway, unicorn
That's even
puke
better.
comes in. Not necessarily a known,
Yeah, I
particular
don't,
known.
yeah, how
flavor.
would you characterize that?
I don't know, non-tobacco flavor is on the important part for the bill. So then we're talking about these flavored e-liquids, flavored tobacco products, and flavored tobacco substitutes, which are any of these items with a characterizing flavor. Also to note from what the Senate Health and Welfare Committee added was to the definition of characterizing flavor is in what I called, for lack of a better term, induced sensations. These are things like synthetic cooling agents that may not have an actual flavor but still give a cooling feeling. And these are picking up in popularity.
You're
as
sitting
well.
with someone who's sitting here sucking on menthol cough drops.
Right, well, that one has a flavor, but if it didn't, if it was just the cooling flavor, that would be an induced sensation. Making you feel that. So the bill prohibits anyone from engaging in the retail sale of any flavored tobacco product, flavored e-liquid, or flavored tobacco substitute. That includes the same penalties for doing so as for selling to someone who is underage. And then it makes some more conforming changes, including adding violations to the list of areas of topics over which the Judicial Bureau has jurisdiction. And then finally, as Ted mentioned, there's a report at the end of the bill that would direct the Attorney General's office to report to certain committees, not this committee specifically, but regarding whether and to what extent Vermont could legally restrict advertising and regulate the content of labels for e-cigarettes and other vaping related products.
Okay, is there anything in the study or a study that asks, since the purpose of a lot of this and the hold up in the past is infringing on adults who may be using smoking to recover from another addiction? You know, this is a lesser of evils. So the focus has always been on youth and on stopping youth from starting and becoming hooked. Is there any study in there that says that we are going to assess in 2 years if the rate of vape use by minors, if we've accomplished anything? I don't think I'm the only one who's been through cannabis, and the deciding thing for me was the group of kids that came in and said, it's easier for us to get alcohol, or easier for us to get cannabis than alcohol, because alcohol's regulated and you have to go get an adult to buy it. But there's always some kid, a guy in the parking lot selling, marijuana. I can always get that. And so we pretty much admitted that banning hadn't worked. It was readily available. We're still working at banning tobacco products or some kinds of tobacco products. I think, we've already said prohibition didn't work with alcohol. If anything, people probably drank more. Are we in any, I think we should, and I think this committee should put something in there that says there will be a look back in 2 years to see if there has been an impact on youth smoking, and we get that.
Well, there is the Vermont Youth, yeah, there's the
Yes.
Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is done every 2 years.
Right.
So I think that would be the place to look to capture that data.
That's assuming they tell the truth. But this is, yeah. But at least if that went, if the truth teller's in there, if the ratio stays the same, we should get at least probably the best read we could. But I think somebody should be watching that, because we are going to impact adults, we're going to impact businesses who are here. And I think we should be checking to make sure that the efforts are working.
Do you want something requiring I mean, it's the health department that does the.
Yeah, tell them to
Risk
report
behavior.
back to the Health and Welfare Committee that whenever the next youth.
Yes, unfortunately, I think we're still waiting on the last group of data, which has been
Okay, well,
significantly
they got one,
delayed.
then we've got a base group.
They would have some from, I think the last that's available is still from 2019. They haven't
Okay.
put out the 2021 yet because of COVID related. The health department was a little busy. with
They're a
other
little
things.
busy, yeah. Okay, so whenever their next one is, at least, well, that's probably, the next one will probably be up from 19, just given the COVID, I'm betting had an impact on usage.
Have it from a reliable source that they have been giving the Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Survey in schools this week. And my 7th grader just told me yesterday she took it, or she was being asked questions about.
Oh, okay, so
So
it's,
it's risk behavior.
then that will be a good,
So I think it's the 2021.
Yeah,
And they
that-
typically do it, I think, in March, and I'm not sure how long it takes on
one
a.
of my grandsons said they did that too.
Yeah.
So if that one's coming out, that'll give us a post-COVID read. And then if we do the next one in 2 years after this is enacted,
Yeah.
we will get a read, at least a short-term read, is if this has had any impact, or how much or how little, but we'll get.
Right, so we presumably be having them report in 2025 on impact.
Based on the youth risk survey. Okay. Okay,
Okay.
so we've already done something to this.
Do we have, before, in terms of the work that was done in the partnership, what information came out, given the comparison to youth use as opposed to adult use, particularly of vaping, flavored vaping products? Was there any data that was collected to say where the vaping products were being used, whether or not there was? I know there was some increase in youth use that's mentioned earlier in the report.
Not in I don't think there was necessarily in the information that I have been looking at. That was not the focus of the testimony in Senate Health and Welfare, but you may hear from other witnesses if they have information on
I thought
that.
I'd read somewhere that tobacco use overall went up during COVID.
Entirely possible.
JFO note says it's most of the revenue loss in this bill as a result from banning menthol cigarettes, but it doesn't further disagree.
Well, I mean, one of the arguments, it's extremely important to do this because of the effect on youth, particularly the use of vaping products, and particularly the products that seem to be designed to attract children. But what we don't see, at least I haven't seen data in what's been collected here that says, are these products that are being used by adults? Or 70% of the products sold in these categories being used by adults, or 70% being used by children? What sort of balance? And there's also the issue of, are we talking about balancing something that adults are making adult decisions about, as opposed to something that is being foisted on children who may be victims? And I don't see any numbers that even give you a
I
balance
think
on
maybe
that.
when Tina comes up, she'll probably have the numbers. Okay, but we did, when I was on health and welfare, there are adults. And there were nowhere near as many kids as there seem to be now that are smoking. And we had an interesting discussion with a couple of our pages last Friday during the basketball game, after we adjourned. And I know Senator Hinsdale wanted to have them come in and talk, and we just didn't have time, but about the prevalence of vapes in the schools. I've gotten letters from teachers.
Yeah, we heard about it in health. and
Yeah,
welfare.
so it sounds like there's some adult use, and some of them is just, it's better than cigarettes, and I'm using it to cut my nicotine. But it looks like the number of youth vaping has significantly increased in the last 3 years.
So the FDA has not approved vapes as a tobacco cessation device. There's always been a specific exception in our statutes in the definition of tobacco substitute for anything that is FDA approved for tobacco cessation. There are, there are
nicotine patches, and yes.
right. But there are certainly that there were witnesses who testified in health and welfare and have in the past about their own use of tobacco substitutes, vapes for smoking cessation purposes. I think some of the health impact of vaping is still being developed as well.
And because there are other chemicals involved in the vaping.
Exactly.
That's what we had the whole rash of youth, teenagers who were hospitalized that 3 years ago, and it was other chemicals, not tobacco, that was doing damage to their lungs. So there's,
So there's sort of.
it's not just cigarettes that are tobacco, that's in a lot of cigarettes either. Okay. Okay. I have Yale Osowski. Whose names have I? Yale, okay. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Great afternoon to everybody.
Okay, just introduce yourself and tell us who you represent.
Yes, ma'am. So my name is Yael Osowski. I am a deputy director of the Consumer Choice Center. We're a consumer advocacy group. And for special note, I was a reporter in Vermont 10 years ago, Vermont Watchdog. And my family grew up going to the races at Thunder Road, just down the road in Barrie. So
It's down the road. Did you know our governor?
did I know him? We had some interactions, well, positive or not, but we had a good time. Shumlin at the time. So I am I'm here. I would love to respond to some of the things that were mentioned before, because I do have some of the studies and numbers. Essentially, our position is that this bill is terrible, bad for especially adult vapors. So Senator Cummings, a lot of the points that you had mentioned before. To the last question, there is a study that was done at Penn State about flavors, and it's around 70 to 75% of adults who do vape that prefer to have flavors. I will say in my own work, sort of advocating for this, researching, writing about it, you have basically an overwhelming majority of adult vapors, and I think there's an estimated 15,000 in Vermont. All of them like flavors. Nobody wants to vape your Virginia tobacco product, just to say. Other things, for the cases of EVALI, Senator Cummings was also correct. There were 3 confirmed cases in Vermont. This came from the illicit cannabis cartridges that were mixed with vitamin E acetate. And it was connected to normal nicotine vaping for a long time in the media, but the CDC did put out the final study on that, which sort of rebutted all of this. That same study in Penn State that talks about the flavors did say that 50% of people who currently vape, adult vapors, if their flavored products were banned, 50% of them would find other ways to acquire those products. And as we've seen in Massachusetts, as we've seen in other areas, they will actually go out of state or find other methods, such as parking lots, cars, online forums, to find those products. So that I just had to respond to that part. There's around 15,000 vapors in Vermont. Looking at the numbers, about 100,000 smokers that are in Vermont as well. Our position as an organization is we want to be sure that we have these off-ramps to people who would like to quit, people who would like to switch away. It is something that is happening in basically every country where these products are legal. And in these institutions and places where a lot of people are switching, these flavors are vital and important to that. So I know
You
there are,
speak from consumer choice. Can you tell us, you say we, who is consumer choice or what do you do?
yes, ma'am. Well, we started this organization about 6 years ago. So my own background was a journalist, and we started with a couple of activists. We were all from sort of different industries. Some of us were journalists and writers. Some of us came from research, and we wanted to start an organization to advocate for innovation, particularly tech innovation, and also for science-based policies. So 2017 we started. So it's myself, and I have about 18 colleagues who do basically exactly what I do in many states of the union and also abroad.
Okay. Senator Robinson.
Thanks. I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And it just sounds like you have a lot of data on preferences for adult vapors. So I'm asking these questions. You may not have the information, but do you know the preference for flavored vapes for youth vapors?
Any of the studies that we've seen on youth vapors, that's always with survey data. That's mostly done through the National Youth Tobacco Survey. There have been many problems with the methodology in there. It is true that, particularly with the younger demographic, they're drawn to those, just like they're drawn to any risky behavior. But again, I think that is a incorrect framing of it, because many of these circumstances where youth are getting it, as has been raised earlier, are getting it illegally. Either they're playing Hey Mister, going to the store and asking, or getting it from a family member. And we have seen increasing online sales, and that is actually rising in places like California and Massachusetts that have banned flavored products at the store. And I think our biggest fear is just the number of adults, because we've seen the smoking rates basically plummet. Still very high in Vermont at 16%, but we've seen in other places like the United Kingdom and New Zealand where actually vaping products are part of the health system, and they're available in pharmacies and they're available at hospitals. They've actually had those numbers down to 4 or 5%, very, very low. So I would just state for that. There's the National Tobacco Use Survey that I can also send. They don't have as big of an explanation about which flavors that youth like, but I think we can all kind of assume.
So that just leads to my second question, which is, from what you said, it made it sound like vaping for adults was used to step down from cigarette tobacco use, but do you have data to show how many people went from vaping to no longer consuming tobacco products at all, or stayed with vaping for the foreseeable future? Because we're learning more and more about how unhealthy that is in other ways for people. So it's not like a health option, and I don't know what the UK is doing, but I'm just trying to better understand your data.
Sure. Essentially, when it comes to, we're playing with definitions. According to the FDA, they do consider nicotine vaping products which contain no tobacco as a tobacco product, which is something that I've taken specific umbrage to and have written and testified to that fact at their institution as well. But I would say if we look at the studies of nicotine that is consumed alone, not with combustible tobacco, and there's been actually relatively few research pieces done on this. There's a lot of great toxicological reports from Austria and Germany. Bernd Meyer is one of the sort of more advanced toxicologists. When they look at nicotine that is consumed on its own, we know it's not good for a young developing brain, but for adults who are at maturity, the only short-term sort of effect is a constriction of blood vessels. So that's sort of the sensation that people get, when they have their first vaping product or tobacco product. But essentially having that now available in a non-combustible form means you remove all of the byproducts, you remove all of the tar, you remove all of the inhalation of just the terrible byproducts. That actually saves lives. And I think I know that there are various data points that I can send to the committee afterwards. But just to say that it is something that is very important. I know that it is framed very differently for various committees. I know this is the finance committee, and you've already had a good presentation on the numbers, but it also should be looking at your prime demographic, and that is people who are smoking right now that we would like to stop by using alternative products. But I'm very happy to send additional studies, by the way, to the committee afterwards.
Okay. Okay, one of the prime reasons I've heard from this is that when you start very young and it's strawberry flavored and it's cute, but there's a nicotine component, that you end up with an addiction by the time you're 16 years old, and then you spend the rest of your life trying to work off it. And I think the idea is, if you're gonna develop, I suppose you can argue, if I'm an adult and I wanna develop an addiction or risk one, I can smoke, I can drink, I can do what I want. But if you develop that addiction at 14, 16 years of age, it's a lot harder and you're a whole different developmental phase. And so I guess we're trying to figure out, you can't buy it legally. You can't buy anything legally in Vermont, in the tobacco vaping area, if you're under 21. So but I think there is some realization that there are adults and they want to do unhealthy things. We do sell strawberry flavored vodka. And Boone's Farm, that I'm not even sure what flavor it is, but it's alcohol. And I guess it's how do you split this baby? If just making it illegal to buy isn't working.
I think it's an excellent question, and I think it's this kind of trade-off to look at. And I will say, in terms of federal legislation, it was actually the Trump administration that outlawed all flavors in pod devices. These are your Juuls and Vuzas and the rest. So you can only have menthol and tobacco flavored in the pod devices. So any others that you have seen that are the exchangeable pods that are any other flavors, those are technically illegal right now under federal law. So I will say that that's just one part of the federal FDA carryover. But it is true that you have this question of what do you do with products? I mean, Aristotle and Plato have written about moderation and education for these kind of things, many, many years ago. And I think it's something that we've definitely tried to do in terms of education of a lot of these products. But if we don't even have these products available on the market, meaning non-combustible nicotine products, then there is no alternative. And I will note that Vermont does have one of the highest taxes in the entire nation on vaping devices, 92%, higher than many, many other states. And that actually has meant that many people cannot afford these products. And usually people who are smokers and would like to quit usually are people of modest means and can't necessarily afford vaping products. They're a bit more expensive. I just wanted to note that for the record. But again, we do have a lot of data from the United Kingdom, from New Zealand, and also from Canada, where they actually have been able to track the number of people who are quitting, who are adults. There's always going to be an issue with risky behavior in youth, but I think that's sort of the role of our educational systems, of being good parents, of all the different initiatives that many different states also have programs set up from the tax revenue in order to educate. I think that's something that is vital. And also, there's a lot of vendors that will sell to children, and that is not being policed enough. We have seen that a lot in many southern states where we have a lot of different products that are sold through various tobacco convenience stores where they are breaking the law.
I've not heard that complaint here, and I don't think most of the people around this room are going to complain. Vermont tends to be rigorous in enforcement. We're not very rigorous in our $25 civil fine for children caught with tobacco. But we are when it comes down to selling to minors. So, yeah, I don't think you'll see there are probably a few, but I think in general, you're not going to see a lot of that.
Wonderful. Yeah, and the other thing I noted, I was in Vermont 10 years ago as a reporter, and back then, with Governor Shumlin was talking about cannabis and the reasons to legalize cannabis, or at least to decriminalize, and a lot of the arguments, harm reduction, being sure we don't put this to the illicit market. It's many of the same arguments. I shouldn't have to repeat myself here, but I just wanted to reiterate that again because I full circle to come back and present before you today.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go on to George Burns. There's
It's on wheels. So my name is George Burns. I'm the owner of Capital Candy Company in Barry. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'd like to say, first of all, we've been in business since 1938. I have never come down to the state to ever testify about anything that I can remember. So I'm down here today. I'd like to say just a little history. Capital Candy was started in 1938, and we've, by my grandfather, he started selling 2 items out of the backseat of his car. We've given to the state of Vermont over $500 million in taxes since we got started. I don't know what that means exactly, but that's the truth. So fundamentally, I'm here because I think that the objective, I don't think anybody under 21 should smoke. I don't think anybody should buy tobacco. I don't think anybody under 21 should even buy alcohol or should buy marijuana. That's what the law says. It's a good law. Where I have some issues a little bit is that there's a good and you're right, and my statistic says that Vermont is somewhere around 95% in terms of enforcing this 21-year-old law. They have stings. They have training for store clerks. I think it's really effective, and it has been effective. But what I don't understand is that, and the substance, I mean, sort of the gist is that flavors are targeted for use and attract use, and it gets them, I think, as you said, addicted at an early age. But there's all kinds of flavored alcohols. There's all kinds of flavored wines. There's all kinds of flavored beers. All of the new beers that are out now are IPAs and whatever that stuff is all flavored. But the state of Vermont is rightfully very comfortable and confident that you have to be 21 and they have a process in place that prevents people under 21 from legally buying alcohol. Same thing is true with marijuana. Same law. So you have one law that applies to all 3 substances. But one substance is being treated vastly different than the rest of it. I know that words like, in this day and age, like fair, are not used very often. And people don't usually mention fair as being very significant. But this doesn't seem to be particularly reasonable in terms of treating one substance, which is not good for you, versus another substance, which is also not good for you, versus another substance, which is also not good for you. In a completely different manner. In 1998, the Tobacco Master Settlement, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but all the manufacturers agreed there was a settlement. And it was $242 billion that they agreed. And I'm not saying, believe me, I'm not saying that the tobacco manufacturers are knights in shining armor. I'm not implying that in any way whatsoever. But there was roughly $242 billion that they agreed to pay to all 50 states in some level based on, I'm not sure if it was the consumption or it was a statistic of fact. And so they've done that. And the stipulation in that was that money, which the state and other states get every year, was supposed to be used to educate smokers, to educate youths, to come up with smoking cessation clinics. It was all supposed to be used to help reduce and educate young smokers in the dangers and the evils and the medical issues of smoking. I'm not going to ask you what that money was used for in Vermont or other states, other than the majority of the money wasn't used the way that all the states agreed to use it. It was used for other means. If it had been used the way it was suggested, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here today. I don't know. The other thing that Capital Candy 20 years ago did, we do business in 5 states. We do business in.
You're a wholesaler, right?
We're wholesale, right. We sell to the convenience stores and so, and we do business in Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, New York, and Massachusetts. And roughly 20 years ago, we did about 48% of our business was done in Vermont. That time, about 22% was done in 23%, maybe 25% in New Hampshire. And the rest, 10 and 12%, was done in the other 3 states. Here we are in 2023, and the numbers are reversed. We do about 48% of our business in New Hampshire, 22% in Vermont, and the rest amongst the other states. That's I'm a Vermonter. I was born right around the corner here on Vine Street, okay? I'm not one of those people that's gonna move to Florida and to get out of paying taxes. That's not. So, but it does pose the question, and that business is all lost revenue to the state. New Hampshire, and I hope nobody gets offended by this, but New Hampshire is laughing all the way to the bank. So retailers, I don't think I have a retailer, maybe I do, I don't know, but I don't think I have a retailer that I do business with in Vermont that does more business than they did last year or the year before. They're struggling. They're struggling because the tax structure, the bottle bill, the sales tax, and all that sort of thing. It's a very difficult proposition for them. And finally, I guess I would just like to say that we have a history, we have a track record. You can Massachusetts adopted a bill virtually identical. I don't know if it's identical, but it's very, very similar to Vermont's bill, and it was designed for exactly the same reason that this bill came up, to help curb smoking amongst youth, young smokers. There's been roughly a year and a half. There was an article in the Boston Herald about 3 or 4 weeks ago, which, again, I can't tell you that the newspaper articles are all a little suspect as far as being true or not, okay? But this article said that the state of Massachusetts lost $128 million in revenue. That the border stores in New Hampshire, of which this is not, this is actual factual because we do business with the border stores. The border stores are doing millions and millions and millions of dollars in flavored products, flavored cigars, flavored all the stuff we're talking about here. And in addition to that, there's a black market network that opened up in Massachusetts, which is also doing millions and millions and millions of dollars in this illegal product. The enforcement agency, I forget the name, in Massachusetts, has confiscated in the last year, I'll try not to exaggerate, but maybe 300 or 400 or 500% more product than they've compensated almost in the history their existence. So I guess to kind of end, there are laws in place that prevent youth from buying tobacco. If you're going to pass a law and it's not logical that the objective of the law is going to be met. It's because it wasn't met in Massachusetts. Massachusetts, by the way, their tax, their cigarette, again, I can't tell you this is an accurate statistic, but in the year, and I think it was in the Boston Herald, Massachusetts smoking rate dropped by 0.5%. I don't know if that's a significant amount of drop or it is, but the law isn't going to meet the objective. The law is going to cost the state of Vermont roughly, as our figuring, roughly $28 to $35 million a year, not the $4 million that was printed in one of the, there's 10, just the taxes that Capital Canyon pay are somewhere around $6 million, and there's 10, 12 other distributors in Vermont. So you have a law that's not going to accomplish a reduction in youth smoking because they'll get it somewhere else. You have the enforcement part and process. It's illegal to buy any of that stuff if you're under 21, and you're going to lose a ton of revenue. So again, I just like to say it's you know, the answer as far as I'm concerned to this problem, I've never seen legislation be the sort of the catalyst to affect change. But I have seen, I've never seen, but I have seen education. So to me, the solution in this thing is education. It's to put more education out there, it's to offer more of what was intended to be offered in the first place. So if something's not going to, they're just going to go to New Hampshire. I have actual facts and statistics. I know what happens there, and they do too. So anyway, I would just like to pass, just in case anybody will read this.
Oh, read it, and thank
You
you.
may not be able to read it because I don't know how to type it. Print.
Join the club.
It's too small.
But I'm trying to move it along
I agree.
because we're
Yeah.
running.
Does anybody have any
overtime
questions?
And we're gonna get back.
Well, I just feel like what's missing from this is how much a percentage of your sales are tobacco and vape products.
In Vermont?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, roughly of the product that we're talking about
Uh-huh.
now that's being banned,
Flavored.
about $12 million of our business would be.
How much, what percentage is that?
In Vermont, probably 7%.
7%.
I have to think, but somewhere in that vicinity, not
Okay.
a very, America is not a huge percent, but it is about roughly $6-7 million in.
Thank you. We're gonna go on to Thomas Bryant. Obviously, so you are. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and
Good
members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Tom Bryant, and I am the Executive Director of the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, which is a national retail trade association with member stores located in Vermont. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in this bill. Before I get into my testimony, I would like to just add a little more detail regarding Council Carby's testimony on the FDA menthol cigarette ban. She's correct. Back in May of 2022, the FDA proposed 2 different new regulations. One, banning the sale of menthol cigarettes and menthol cigarette roll your own tobacco, where you make your own cigarettes, completely nationwide. The other proposed regulation would ban all flavored cigars. Just last month, the FDA announced that it plans to finalize those two regulations, banning menthol cigarettes, menthol roll your own tobacco, and all flavored cigars by this August, in about 5 months. So that's the timetable for the FDA's action. I've previously submitted 2 letters to the committee regarding the bill with our retailers' concerns, but my testimony today, I want to focus on 2 issues in particular. First, the potential tax revenue reductions if the bill is enacted into law. And second, the issue of enforcement due to an illicit market in flavored tobacco products. Yesterday, I submitted the most recent letter that incorporates a calculation of the potential reduction in state excise tax revenue and state sales tax revenue if the bill were to become law. Now, the calculation is based on the actual excise tax data and retail sales volumes for Massachusetts. And that data was then utilized to calculate the possible impact on Vermont. That is, the calculation I submitted that was prepared by the industry is based on an actual case study of what happened in a bordering state to Vermont, which enacted virtually the same kind of law in June of 2020. Now, during the first 12 months after Massachusetts law took effect, the Commonwealth reported a reduction of $127 million in cigarette and tobacco excise taxes. Now, if you look at the calculation I submitted, the expected reduction in Vermont cigarette sales is estimated at 13.8%, because that's the amount of menthol cigarettes that are sold in the state. And the reduction in sales of other flavored tobacco products is estimated at 27.4%. That would include flavored cigars, all pipe tobacco. Virtually all pipe tobacco is flavored, all flavored vapor products. Now, these sales reductions are estimated in the calculation to result in a loss of at least $8 million in cigarette tax revenue alone, $5.27 million in other flavored tobacco product tax revenue, and $1.97 million in revenue for sales tax. When you add all those up, it's about $15.2 million that Vermont may lose in just the first 12 months of that bill if it became law. Madam Chair, if you and the other members or staff would like to receive a more detailed briefing on that calculation, I can certainly assist in coordinating that for you. Turning to enforcement, the other issue I wanted to talk about. Massachusetts created a task force. It's called the Multi-Agency Illegal Tobacco Task Force. It's comprised of 6 state agencies: the Attorney General, Department of Revenue, State Police, Office of Public Safety, etc. And they were tasked with coordinating the law enforcement response to what would believe to be a significant increase in illegal tobacco sales and the smuggling of flavored tobacco products into Massachusetts. The task force issued its most recent annual report just 3 weeks ago, on February 28th of 2023, and we provided a copy of that to the committee. According to the task force report, as the prior testifier indicated, the number of contraband menthol cigarette sales seizures skyrocketed from 2021 to 2022, just 1 year after the ban went into effect. In addition, seizures of illicit flavored smokeless tobacco products were up 800% in Massachusetts just last year. Now, this same kind of illegal cigarette and tobacco smuggling and cross-border purchasing, consumers going to the neighboring states, can occur if Vermont does actually enact a flavor ban. This also means that adjacent states could reap a windfall in menthol cigarette and flavored tobacco sales. I want to read just one paragraph from that report they issued 3 weeks ago, and I quote, "Based upon the decrease in tobacco excise revenues and the increase in seizures of certain untaxed tobacco products, the task force identifies the cross-border smuggling of untaxed flavored electronic cigarette products, cigars, and menthol cigarettes as the primary challenge for tobacco enforcement in the Commonwealth." Now, moreover, there's been some discussion here today about will this result in people not using tobacco products or quitting smoking. When you look at the Massachusetts adult smoking rate 1 year after the ban went into effect, the adult smoking rate was 11.1% in 2020, the year the ban went into effect. It only went down 0.5% to 10.6% in 2021. This means that the demand for tobacco products will continue, and this demand for flavored products will be supplied through criminals who would smuggle products into Vermont and by those adults who cross borders to purchase their preferred tobacco products. In short, the illicit tobacco market is going to take the place of the regulated and licensed wholesale and retail markets in Vermont, with a high cost to law enforcement and possibly little change in tobacco use rates. For those reasons, we ask that you not support Senate Bill 18. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for hanging in there with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Quite a few
I
more.
have a question, and
What, no, witnesses can't ask
we
witnesses other questions. You might slip somebody a note,
well, that's not fair.
but we're gonna go on to John Clark.
That's me.
That's you. Hi, can you get up to the witness
I
chair?
can.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is John Clark. I own a convenience store in Stowe called Alpine Mart. I've owned that and run the business for 20 years. This is my only store. It provides me and my 16 employees with income from the profits of the business. Regarding the proposed flavor ban, I've already spoken to the health committee. And there are 2 points from that presentation that I would like to mention here. The first is the hypocrisy of this ban by the government, namely banning flavored tobacco products, but allowing the legal sale of marijuana and flavored alcohols like peanut butter whiskey and whipped cream vodka at Vermont liquor stores. The second is that there is a mechanism in place which we use to prevent sales of these products to the audience the ban is aimed at. And that is carding and scanning at the register the codes on the back of licenses to verify ages of all tobacco customers. Today, I will talk about the significant impact on my business and other mom and pop businesses like mine that a flavor ban would have. I say significant because it would be. I would not say that a flavor ban would put me out of business, but it would require me to make some very difficult decisions to address the negative financial impact of the ban on my business. Running the numbers for the past year, if a flavor ban were passed, I would lose just under $500,000 in sales. $481,000 to be exact. As a percentage of total sales, excluding gasoline sales, that would mean 18.5% of my store sales would be lost. Consequently, if the flavor ban passed, I would have to increase my prices by 18.5% to make up for the lost revenue. My customers are already under economic pressure from high inflation. Raising my prices in milk and bread would make things worse, and it's not a practical solution. The gross profit on the $481,000 in lost sales is $135,000. This is the amount of cost I would need to remove from the business if the flavor ban were passed. Using an average wage of $17 an hour, I calculate I would need to shed 3.8 full-time employees from my payroll. If I had to do that, it would devastate my ability to run my business effectively. And I would have to do much more work myself and cut staff in order to maintain profitability. I have only one business, but you need to consider the impact this has on the entire Vermont economy as business revenue loss from the ban spreads from one end of the state to the other. I don't have the figures for the number of businesses in the state that would be negatively impacted by this legislation, but hundreds or more people may lose their jobs as a result of it. I implore you to fully understand what passage of this ban would do to Vermont businesses like mine. I hope I can weather the storm if the law passes. However, on the margin, some businesses may fail because the revenue is too vital to their business's bottom lines. The flavor ban will not work. What it will do is harm Vermont businesses and drive demand across state lines to New Hampshire or somewhere else without a ban. I know this firsthand because my store benefits from the Massachusetts flavor ban. Last Sunday, one of my employees asked me if we had one of the flavored tobaccos that had just sold out, locked in my office inventory. I knew we did not. I also knew that the product that had just sold out had come in the day before. Because we card for that product, I asked my employee if the out-of-stock product was purchased by someone from Massachusetts. She replied yes, and told me that quite a few people from Massachusetts had come in that day and were buying flavored tobacco products to take back with them before leaving town. What about the revenue loss of the state? Vermont will incur a significant loss of both excise tax and sales tax revenue if flavored tobacco products could not be legally sold. Since the ban of flavored tobacco products in 2019, Massachusetts has lost approximately $337 million in revenue. How does Vermont plan to replace their loss of revenue if this ban passes? Higher taxes on everything else? Prohibition does not work. This is just one example. The demand is there. Banning will divert customer traffic to where the product can legally be sold. Banning will also create the opportunity for a black market to thrive in the state, and products sold in the black market would be unregulated and could be very dangerous to those that purchase them. Does Vermont really want to be responsible for creating such an opportunity? I understand that the ban is designed to protect Vermont's children and teenagers. I don't want them to have these products either, which is why I card my tobacco customers. With a flavor ban, criminal entrepreneurs will still target this audience, as they did at my high school back in the 1970s in the tree-lined Chicago suburbs with marijuana. This bill will create a profit incentive for these criminals. My business loses money, while my customers who enjoy these products and can legally purchase them now lose their right of choice. Like I said to the health committee, prohibition didn't work. Making marijuana illegal didn't work. And this proposed ban won't work either. The financial consequences of this ban to businesses like mine will be difficult, if not possible, to overcome. Please do not pass this legislation. Thank you.
So, I may not have gotten it, but you had $400,000 in sales over. You card everybody, you do not, you aren't complaining that we're lax in our
No.
enforcement. Okay, so that's adults that you were selling to, presumably. I'm going to presume that most Vermont people, store owners, are selling to adults because it's illegal to sell anything to anyone under 21. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. I've got Erica Young. Ah, there. Yes, there's Erica.
Hi there.
Hello.
Sorry. Hi.
Welcome to Senate Finance. Just introduce yourself for the record and who you represent.
Thank you for having me. My name is Erica Young. I'm the Vice President of Retail Operations for Sandry Energy. We own and operate 16 convenience stores, and we have 8 of them that are in Vermont. And what I think makes us a little bit unique, I'm going to try not to duplicate a lot of the information that I've heard from previous people who've testified, but what makes us a little unique is we have 5 stores in Massachusetts. We have 3 stores in New Hampshire and 8 in Vermont. And when Massachusetts did this ban, what we saw, you start budgeting and kind of planning how you're going to develop your business when you're losing these sales. And, we had huge expectations that we were going to see a huge decline in sales in OTP, which is other tobacco products, which kind of entails the snuff, the chew, the flavored cigars, and as well as cigarettes. And so we budgeted for that. But what was interesting is we had no idea how it was going to impact our New Hampshire border town stores. And what we saw was a decline, depending on the store, of about 5 to 12% decline in sales in our Massachusetts store. But we saw, especially at one location that's right on the border, a 59% increase in purchases, the majority of them being Massachusetts residents. And it was so significant that we had to put constraints on the store because it was just not viable or even wise to carry the amount of inventory that these Massachusetts customers were driving to the store to try to consume. The manufacturers do put constraints on that a single purchase of 5 cartons is there, and we enforce that, and it's actually monitored. We will lose any incentives or rebates if we break that. But what happens is a carload of 5 people from Massachusetts will come and they will purchase 5 cartons with this credit card, and then the next person will come in and purchase 5 cartons with cash, and they make these purchases, and they'll essentially leave with anywhere between 30 to 40 cartons in their car. And so moving forward, we're now seeing that our Massachusetts stores are off even less than the original 5 to 15%. And I think it's because some of those smokers have switched to non-menthol. But we're still seeing this huge influx of traffic to the New Hampshire stores. And again, you know, I don't want to belabor this, but we have many stores right along that 91 corridor, and it will be super easy for consumers to just leave Vermont and very easily get their products in New Hampshire, tax-free, flavored. And that doesn't help Vermont. I mean, I totally respect the initiative that we want to stop youth from consuming this product. And I think that's all of our goal, but it won't stop them from still going into New Hampshire very easily. I have stores in, West Lebanon, New Hampshire. So again, that's another location where we just see a lot of Vermont traffic because they're not paying the 92% vape tax. And so I see on both sides of it, I'm not just testifying as a Vermont store owner because I see the benefits to it in all my New Hampshire locations. But I do know that it still happens. And I do want to speak a little bit to some of the questions that you talked about with the adult smokers versus the youth. As many of everyone spoke, we have ID scanners in all of our locations. So, when someone comes into the store, they have to provide a valid ID. It gets scanned. Far less room for error with someone trying to calculate birth dates. In addition, our manufacturers track all of our purchases so that we cannot sell 25 cartons to one person so they can come back and bring it to all their friends. And Vermont does a great job with enforcement. I mean, the FDA comes into our locations in addition to the Vermont DLC to do inspections. And one of the things I have asked previously, if we're really trying to restrict underage, our youth really from purchasing any of these restricted items, whether we're talking about alcohol, which we know is a problem, as well as cigarettes, I haven't understood why legislation hasn't been introduced that someone has to provide a valid form of identification to purchase any of these restricted items. Because every time we, as a chain, have enforced that everybody, whether you're Mrs. Jones, who's 72 years old, who buys that bottle of white Zinfandel every day, or you're Mr. Jones, who buys his pack of cigars every day, you have to provide an ID. Our customers get mad at us, they're angry, they're frustrated, and they go someplace else and they tell us where they don't have to get carded. I do believe if we could just get that legislation passed, you have to carry a form of identification to drive. You should have to carry a form of identification to purchase restricted items, but that's another story. I want to speak just to talk about the adult smokers who are using this product. I know the Juul has been an ongoing issue. I have a 20-year-old daughter. So when she was in high school 3 years ago, actually 4 years ago because of COVID, but when she was in school, it was But since they did ban those decline, sales have dropped significantly. Haven't really talked about.
Erica, you're breaking, you keep freeze frame on us. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. I just, you may, when you pop back in, you may see some strange expressions.
Oh, yeah. Ugh, sorry for that. So one of the things
it is the ether or something that nobody can control.
Okay. I'm not sure what else I can do. I'm in the office. So one of the things I wanted to quickly talk about was no one's really addressed the Zyn, which is a nicotine pouch, which comes in several flavors. So there's a wintergreen, there's a coffee, there's a mint, there's a berry, and that has seen a huge shift. And I always ask consumers why they're purchasing it. And many of what I'm seeing are people who are trying to quit smoking. That flavor gives them something in addition and is trying to help wean them off that nicotine, what they're used to getting in their mouth with that hit. And many of them have children and they don't want to smoke in the home. They don't want to smoke in the car with their children, but this allows them to get a nicotine fix. I don't know that there has been significant studies on same thing, vapor, but we do know that vapor, the exhaled vapor is significantly better than cigarettes. And I do think that most people lean towards these flavors. The other thing is when you start getting rid of some of those flavors, the majority of the flavors are seen in the non-combustible. So it is the nicotine pouches, it is the vapor, and these are adults who are trying to eliminate cigarettes from their life. Not necessarily nicotine, but cigarettes. And the last story I'll just quickly tell is we had a parent who came into one of our stores who was incredibly upset because their child had some tobacco products. And the child told the parent they purchased them from one of our locations. So I received the call, we started investigating, and the short story is the child actually lied to his parents, and he was able to purchase everything he needed online. And he didn't want his mother to know that's where he was getting his nicotine products from, because that would end his ability to continue to get them. And so yeah, I just think that's a huge concern. The stores are parts of these communities. We want to make sure that this doesn't get into the hands of the youth. We do put all the procedures in place to make sure that that doesn't happen. And you guys do have restrictions and legislation and inspections and enforcement that allows us to do the right thing. Whereas online, it is getting into anyone's hands. So that was, just that's what I wanted to speak to with just that unique situation of having stores in Massachusetts and seeing the result of the ban and everything that we're trying to do to make sure that, as you guys are trying to make sure the initiative is that it stays out of kids' hands, that we all as retailers are trying to do our part.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. Oh, Stephanie? Not yet. Next, that's the last bill. Okay, we've got one, I've got Casey Harrington and then Tina Zook, and then committee, we are going to take a break. We're gonna come back and decide what we're gonna do with this one, and we're going back to dispatch. So think about what you wanna do. Okay, Casey Harrington.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief. I know you guys have heard all these statistics and all sorts of numbers. There's some familiar faces. I think we've been here before on this. Before COVID, I might have sat in the same chair. My name is Casey Harrington. I own the Beverage Baron in Barry. We're right down the road. My father started the business about 34 years ago. We're a family-owned business. We're Bottle Redemption, 802 Spirits. grocery store and gas.
We increase the bottle bill, you are it. I think you're our only public redemption.
Yeah, in central Vermont, and we're actually the last independent convenience store in central Vermont. Everything else is kind of a chain, so this has huge impact on us. We employ, you wouldn't know it looking at the size of our store, but between 22 and 27 employees. So, you know, the bottles are very labor intensive, so it's pretty significant in the area. But I'm gonna try to just focus on a few things. I have a million things on here, but I'm gonna focus and not waste your time. The big problem I see is there's a big disconnect between the joint fiscal estimate and the actual numbers just from our store. We have the luxury of a back office system that will break out each individual item. So I can go through and run a report for 2022 that actually pulls out the products that are in S18. So it's not this, everybody has talked about percentages and lump sum numbers and this and that.
I
Well,
think you may have the best hard numbers. Our best hard would be the tax department, but they just get total sales.
right,
So we're left with national studies that say this is the national average, so it is estimates.
so basically I'm opening up my books and any questions I'd be happy to answer, or even future stuff. You know, like I said, we have the luxury in the systems, but when you look at just e-cigarettes alone, there's a 92% excise tax on that. And then there's 6% sales tax. And then in Barrie, there's the local options tax. So that one item is taxed 99%. There's no other item taxed 99%.
That's why we love sin. We can tax it and no one cares.
Right, but even if you took this bill and said, we're gonna leave menthols in, the major portion of the tax revenue is coming from the vape products. It is.
Can I assume that you card all your purchases?
Yes, yes, you can. We actually, they're a little stricter with us because we're the 802 Spirits store too.
You're really under the gun.
Right, so what we do is, this is how serious we take it. We offer a bonus to anybody that passes a sting. And then if you fail a sting, it's termination. That's, I mean, it's very strict, but it's our license. And especially with alcohol, if somebody went out and got in a car accident and killed somebody, because we sold underage, so there's zero tolerance on that. But when you look at the numbers, you know, I'll give you just the electronic category alone, just that number in 2022, not fiscal 20, the actual calendar year.
Right.
$736,000. No, 736,000. I'll just round it up. 736,000. I even have cents in here. In sales, electronic, that includes all flavors and everything.
But I'm assuming that most of those are flavored.
Yeah, that's, I'm gonna get to that exact number. So out of that, the flavors, the products that will not be banned out of that 736,000, and we're not talking cigarettes, pipe tobacco, all that, we're talking just vape, nothing else. Only $13,500 will not be affected by this bill.
This is your digital sales.
This is one store.
So, but not digital.
No, this is vape.
You're in person.
Electronic is, he's talking.
Oh, you're
vapes.
talking about, okay, when you said, I thought you were
E-cigarettes.
talking about digital sales.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So
Yeah,
you're
I'm not even
the-
sure what digital sales, but,
no, that's where you buy it over the internet.
oh, no, we
When you
don't.
said electronic,
We don't know.
Electronic,
cigarettes.
electronic cigarettes,
Okay.
it's kind of intertwined.
Yeah.
And I understand where where the state got their number because they're going on a national average and it's very convoluted. But if my one store, so you take those numbers right there and you sprinkle in the rest of the pipe tobacco and the chewing tobacco and all that, that's $1 million of tax revenue from one store, my one store down the road, $1 million, $200,000 in revenue that I need to make payroll. You know, that's not money I'm putting in my back pocket. That's money I need
So
to run the
you
store.
are paying us $1 million, which is
Well,
a fifth of the estimate of, okay.
yeah, one store. We're not personally doing the $1 million, but our wholesalers paying the excise tax on our product. It's all product through our store.
Okay, but that's all lost revenue.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm breaking that out. That's not like guesswork. That's, I have it to the
I
cent.
would assume you know how much you send to us.
Right. And I'm not a smoker. I'm allergic to smoke. I have 2 kids in high school and I understand it's a feel good, you know, we got to end this. We got to end this. But I also have friends in Massachusetts and actually one of their older sons does vape and he can get the stuff anywhere. I mean, Vermont does a great job, I think. The other issue, or not issue, but I find concerning about the bill is we don't have the Vermont numbers and they're delayed. On a national average, over vaping is down, underage vaping is down on a national average, over 50% in the last 2 years. Nobody said that. I mean, it's on a decline. You had mentioned about waiting, you know, a year to see where the numbers are. Why don't we use the numbers that are out there now? It's on a decline.
That's it, we don't have any numbers.
Right, but if Vermont can't produce them and you go on the national average, over 50% on a decline. I think people are getting it. And I asked my daughter, you know, because she did take the survey and it doesn't break out. It's confusing. And some high school kids are vaping marijuana. So when they ask the question, are you vaping? Have you vaped in the last 6 days or 10 days or whatever? It could be they're confused with the marijuana. So that's what she said.
Okay, and I'm assuming it's also very illegal for them to buy marijuana products unless they have failed to graduate for several years.
Right. And again, DLC does a very good job. I mean, we do the online training, we can scan the IDs. We're watching that stuff very well. On an average too, 52% of New Hampshire cigarette sales are to out of state. And it used to be Vermont. Vermont actually, I think it's 3 or 4% is out of state sales because around the borders, we're getting that.
We're cheaper than New York and we're
Right.
cheaper than Canada.
But every time I've been down here and they want to raise the cigarette tax, and every single time they do, it drives people to New Hampshire and our smoking rate does not change. But our revenue drops down. And people don't think of Barre as a border state, but there's a reason there is not one liquor store down 302 from Barre. Go down 302 to Woodsville, New Hampshire. You won't find one liquor store because it's not profitable. There's very little people. If you go through the Walmart parking lot on a Saturday down there, 75% of the plates are Vermont. You know, I'm worried about this. That's a lot of money. I mean, that's a lot of money. And I know there's a lot of bills floating out there that need to be funded, and I don't see this having the impact that people think it's going to. when I see people come in, I try to interact with, the people here and there. And what I'm seeing is 30 to 40-year-old people that previously smoked combustible cigarettes that have switched over to the vape. I'm not even talking about like 21-year-olds, even close. It seems to be in our store, the older people that are doing that. At one point, about 2 years ago, every single one of my cashiers smoked combustible cigarettes, every single one. So my production was, because they're having cigarette breaks all the time. The smoking's gone way down, and I only have 2 people that still do anything at all, and they both do the vape products. So I think it is really important that the national average is down. And there was talk about, passing the bill and then looking in the future. How about not passing the bill, seeing when the Vermont numbers come in? And I hate to say it, but address it again next year.
Oh. I'm gonna look up smoking average and see what it is there. Okay, any questions?
Just a couple quick ones. The folks who come to your store who buy vaping products, one of the things that we hear a lot is that some of the products are almost designed for young kids to buy based on the flavors. You're not selling to some young kids. Are you selling flavors like bubble gum and chocolate pop and all of that to adults? And what kind of feedback do you get?
Yes, I mean, 100%. The adults are using those. They're using them for pleasure. They're using them for, to wean themselves off the other cigarettes. But I mean, you look at our flavored vodka section, we got whipped cream, pineapple, so where does that stop? When you're an adult, I mean, you're making a decision, based on whatever, I'm not a vape person. I've never done it. Like I said, I'm allergic to cigarette smoke. I don't support it. But with my own kids, I talk to them about it, I think education goes a long ways. And that's why I think the national average is down in underage vaping, because it's education. And the people in Massachusetts, it sounds crazy that these U-Haul vans are coming up and selling this stuff, but 100% it's true. It's happening. It is happening, and that's unregulated. Those people are already breaking the law. They don't care if they have an ID. All they care about is if they have cash. Just like with the marijuana market. That's why you guys decided to pass it, because it's regulated. This bill is going the other way. It's like we're welcoming the underground market and stuff.
Well, I'm wondering if all those people that are buying 5 cartons of cigarettes are buying them for personal use. In one of the other witnesses on the New Hampshire border.
Sure.
It's an addiction, and
Right.
I think we found out.
But one of the things that we haven't heard, we've heard, for example, when Massachusetts enacted a ban, there was a drop in sales, and a drop in tax revenue, but we haven't heard anything. On the contrary, there should have been an increase in tax revenue in New Hampshire and other close by states that have had. That would tell us whether or not that was in fact happening. I haven't heard
Well, I
the
think
data.
we heard sales.
I
There
can
was an increase in
get you that.
sales.
Our sales in New Hampshire have gone up. I mean, like 30%.
Okay.
I think all the retailers said that they saw that.
You would assume that there would be, but it's a good test.
Yeah.
As to whether or not that is in fact what's happening.
Probably.
As opposed to the illicit market, where you may or may not see that depending upon the point of origin.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But the increase in New Hampshire would only paint part of the picture. Because the other part would be the illegal market, which will never show up anywhere.
We're gonna have to move on. I've got one more witness. I really would like to get you out of here before 10 o'clock tonight. Because we've got this one to hash out and we've got to do, I don't think this one is going to probes. I don't see Jen. Jen, this one isn't going to a probes, is it? No, it's not. Okay, so we have to get the dispatch bill out tonight. So we're gonna come back and do that. And if we're ready to vote on this one, we can do that. If we want to do some more witnesses, let me know and we'll get answers. And we'll get those in for tomorrow. I think we've just got, I hope, 3 smaller bills to get out tomorrow. So Tina, you come up.
And I'll forward my information if you come up with any questions, I'll be happy to get
Okay.
you the information.
And you just send that to Jill.
Sure.
She'll get it to all of us.
And thank you again for listening.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for having me. I know you have a lot on your plate and a lot of witnesses on everything, and I don't envy you one bit, but I do appreciate the time. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to start off with, maybe surprising, but I do agree with Mr. Burns on one thing that he raised about the master settlement with the tobacco industry. Just to clarify, there were no strings attached to that, unfortunately. So states could spend the money any way they wanted to. It doesn't have to go to public health or prevention or education. And as you may know, in Vermont, only a small part does. And I do agree with you in that if we had spent it on that, we might not be here. We have about $26 million that comes in from the master settlement, and only about $2 million of that goes to prevention. And so that's another thing. If you want to support, it would be wonderful. But yeah, so I represent the American Heart Association and also the Coalition for a Tobacco-Free Vermont today. The main goal of this bill is to take away the appeal of flavors in tobacco, so they're no longer attractive to kids. More than a quarter of high school students in Vermont do vape. I know you're.
Where do you get that statistic?
That's from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey from the Health Department. So that's
2019.
That is 2019, and we're waiting for the 2021. And they said March, and it's not available. So, but what I would like to emphasize, and I know you're strongly focused on money. But the testimony we heard, this really is about the kids. This is so much about the kids. And we heard testimony over and over again in Senate Health and Welfare, but how crazy this has become in terms of flavored tobacco use. Ryan Canty was a graduate of CVU who talked about his friends coughing up blood and continuing to vape because they couldn't stop. Many of these kids,
addiction. I know people that are on oxygen and take out the oxygen tube to smoke. It is an addiction. And I think what we all want to do is stop kids from getting addicted. The question is, when we legalize marijuana, because the kids said it was easier to get than alcohol because of the black market, is this the best way to stop kids? I mean, it's illegal for them to buy. But it doesn't sound, just from the word of mouth testimony, that it's had any impact on use. So where is it coming from?
So this will impact the use of youth because the flavor is the lure that's making them want to try it. As I mentioned, many of the kids
getting it.
They get it from a variety of places, and I don't have the statistics in front of me, but our Attorney General's office, Department of Liquor and Lottery, has been doing really good enforcement in terms of, as you said, in the convenience stores, but they're getting it from family members and friends. They're getting it online where they're able to say, yes, I'm 18. There's a variety of places that they're getting it from. And one of the reasons the master settlement money not going on prevention is a problem is because the tobacco industry spends $15 million just right here in Vermont on marketing its products. So it is a constant barrage, and it's places we all don't see as adults because we're not their target market. they want flavors that are marketed to kids through what they use. I don't use Instagram, I don't use Snapchat, I don't see any of that kind of stuff. And kids are marketing to each other on their own social media where they can get good deals. If we take away what makes it enticing to kids, they're less likely to start. And we've made tremendous progress on
You
tobacco.
can get it in New Hampshire, you can get it online.
Well, like the New Hampshire argument, I think one of the things to keep in mind is this is a convenience thing for kids. And so kids are not likely to go to New Hampshire to get flavored products. If they live on the New Hampshire border, probably
They're
just
getting
like
it now,
they
and it's illegal for them to buy it. So they've got an adult that is buying it for them, or they're buying it black market somehow, or online, even though that's illegal to sell online in Vermont. And I'm not sure making it unavailable locally will cut off the supply, because that's not a direct supply to them.
Well, I can't speak to specifically where they're getting it from, but we do know the flavors is the why. But I will say, and I'll get to this later in my testimony, I will say there are only 2 states who have done this, California, but California just barely, because they had passed it as a law and then the industry sued them, and so then they did it by referendum that passed. So it just barely went into Massachusetts. So Massachusetts passed it in November 9, 2019. So we are starting to see the results of that, which I have, and I will
Okay,
I will
so
speak
what's
to
the
that.
smoking rate down there?
So in Massachusetts, let me just jump there. Massachusetts passed this, as I said, in 2019. From 2019 to 2021, the youth smoking rates decreased from 4.3% to 2.9%, and youth vaping rates decreased from 32% to 17.6%. That's significant. That's a lot. Our vaping rate is 26%. We'd like to see that kind of decrease. And adult cigarette smoking declined from 12.1% to 10.6%. Now, I will say, this came from Commissioner Levine when he testified to Senate Health and Welfare. We're just not picking these numbers out of the air. These are real statistics of what happened in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts as well, evidence shows that the legislation did not lead to tobacco retailers and convenience stores closing. Data from the Department of Health in Massachusetts showed the number of both convenience stores and retail tobacco licenses increased since the law took effect there. I'll read them. In February 2020, there were 6,258 tobacco retailers. Of these, 3,767 were convenience stores. As of April of 2022, there were 6,491 tobacco retailers, including 3,994 stores, convenience stores. So they increased, they didn't close. And what we've seen in the past with many actions taken, like tobacco taxes, et cetera, people don't stop buying. They may decrease spending on the tobacco products, but they don't go in the convenience store and walk their back out. They buy other products. And this is one of the reasons that there's been an increase.
At least one I have to get out, and I'm not sure I'm gonna get it out, but not in the next half hour. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. We've been at this for 4.5 hours.
Thank you. Okay. I apologize. So I will try to go through this as quickly as possible. And you do have this testimony, and I also provided you a PowerPoint that has some more specific data and links to studies that back up the data. But I know that you're pressed for time. I know your focus is on money, so I do want to reiterate that this is costly for Vermont in so many much greater ways than what we will lose in revenue right now. We've had an increase in what it costs us to treat tobacco-caused illnesses. Recently, it used to always be $348 million every year to treat tobacco-caused illnesses, cancer, heart disease, strokes, et cetera. It's now $404 million annually. It's not getting cheaper for the state. We need to do more. $93 million on Medicaid.
Are we treating more people, or are we just having increased hospital costs? And is any of COVID figured?
So this is just a guess. It's probably a combination of both. Just we've seen inflation with everything, so I'm sure healthcare costs have risen and also usage as well. But the per household tax burden because of that is $1,307. So we're all paying. And
it really makes sense to start addressing this because these are only going to get higher. Youth who vape are 4 times more likely to start smoking. So those costs will rise without action. As I mentioned earlier, it's the flavors that are hooking youth. 8 in 10 youth who've ever used tobacco, and this is again from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, say they started with flavored products, and 97% of youth e-cigarette users reported that they are using flavored products. That's largely what they're using. 26% of our high school students vape. Daily e-cigarette, this is very concerning. Daily e-cigarette use has increased from 9% to 31%. So this indicates addiction. They're vaping more. And that's 2019 figures. The tobacco industry has said that it's only the older smokers who use menthol cigarettes, but the data is contrary to that. It shows that younger smokers, 12 to 17-year-olds, are the highest users of menthol cigarettes. 54% of youth start by using menthol, and this compares to the adult menthol use rates of approximately 30%, and that's for the age groups of 35 to 49-year-olds and 50 plus. Menthol was the only flavored cigarette left on the market when the federal government took action in 2009 with the Tobacco Control Act. And now the sales of menthol cigarettes make up 37% of the market of cigarettes. Another issue of concern for us, including menthol in this legislation, is paramount in our goals of reducing health disparities. For decades, the industry has aggressively marketed to people of color. And as a result, 85% of Black smokers and 7 out of 10 Black youth smokers smoke menthol. And Black people are more likely to die from tobacco smoking related diseases than other individuals. In fact, tobacco use contributes to 3 leading causes of death among Black people: heart disease, cancer, and stroke. And this is why the legislation is supported by the Windham County NAACP in Vermont, the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council, and the Center for Black Health and Equity, all of which have testified on this bill. I just want to address the FDA issue as well. The FDA, yes, has started a rulemaking.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just
FDA,
missed.
Food and Drug Administration,
All right.
has started a proposed rulemaking last spring to ban the manufacturing and sale of menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. But we shouldn't wait for that action to happen. First of all, they had to be sued to do that. There are 2 citizens' actions that were filed, and the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council filed suit against them to move on those petitions. Finally,
And the head of that testified in health and welfare last time.
yes. So they have started the rulemaking. All that was said in the rulemaking is that they promised to propose a rule, which they have. There's no guarantee there will be final action. And traditionally, it's taken 10 years for them to implement. And so look how many kids have become addicted in Vermont, and just the amount of time that we have waited. We really can't wait. To address the other FDA action that had happened recently, in 2020, the FDA addressed e-cigarettes, but it left gaping loopholes. It only addressed, as we heard, the pod-based e-cigarettes that were self-contained. It did not include menthol, and it left open tank e-cigarettes, flavored e-liquids, and disposable e-cigarettes available that kids immediately went to. The disposable products, they went to these devices called puff bars. They used them all the time because that's what was available on the market when they took away the other ones. And I would urge this committee to please don't leave any flavor on the table, including menthol, because kids will gravitate to it. Youth use of mint and menthol e-cigarettes increased sharply in 2019 after Juul restricted the availability of its other flavored products. The use of the mint and menthol went from 42.3% in 2017 up to 63.9% in 2019. So it is a game of whack-a-mole. If you leave something available, kids will go to it. And this really is about kids. To address the choice issue, just very briefly, we aren't taking away a choice. As Jennifer Kirby mentioned when we started, tobacco flavored e-cigarettes and cigarettes would still be available if you took this action. And more importantly, 95% of the people making this so-called choice as adults actually got addicted to the products when they were minors. So if we can stop the kids from starting, we won't have the healthcare costs, we won't have the addiction. It really is worth the risk. This has broad support. Most Vermonters support a ban on flavored tobacco products. I sent to the committee yesterday a new infographic that the health department just barely released. And in it, it shows that the 2022 Vermont adult tobacco survey found 53% were in favor of a ban on the flavored tobacco products, 33% were not, and 15% weren't sure. But the majority of Vermonters approve of this. And as you see from the folks around the table, this is supported by the American Heart Association, Cancer Society, Lung Association, Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, the Medical Society, the NAACP, many other statewide organizations. And all of the work, the Heart Association never ever pursues a policy effort unless it's based on science and what we believe will work. And this coupled with a really strong tobacco program, one day a stronger tobacco tax would really do a 1-2 punch. But as we've seen, it's working in Massachusetts. It's really worth doing something now. The use has only skyrocketed in the past couple of years. And it's not even just high school students. We've heard witnesses, the cessation counselors and the school nurse in Rutland testified that we now have third graders bringing flavored e-cigarettes out onto the playground. And the school nurse from Rutland said, she asked every kid that comes into her, how big is the problem? Who's vaping? And they say everybody. Since the pandemic, the kids are back in schools. I strongly encourage you to talk to the Principals Association. They're just being overrun with the problem in schools, everything from bathrooms being locked to kids leaving 2 to 3 times a day. The Rutland school nurse testified to that, and they're missing their education because they are so addicted. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Senator McCormick, I've got to go talk to the secretary because he wants to know when we're going to let him go home tonight.
We just touched on this. I totally forgot. Several years ago, there was a bunch of high school girls came in to testify. They were black girls. They
They're from
kept,
Williston.
yeah, and they were talking about how the targeting of the African American, like menthol. I remember that because I remember thinking, you know, I was back when I was a blues singer. I smoked menthols because I saw a picture of Miles Davis.
Yeah, they were from the Above the Influence group from Burlington High
Yeah.
School. One of their dads was dying from smoking menthol. You're absolutely right. They are targeted the Black community in a number of ways, from just handing out free menthol cigarettes to sponsoring concerts, community events, even providing money to community organizations to kind of get the buy-in. And then
Show us the ads.
Okay, I'm going to call us on a 20-minute break. I'm gonna go see what
Hey,
kind
before you go,
of wiggle room I've got. We come back, we're gonna have a discussion, but I need to know, who do you want to hear from on the, dispatch? All right, Mr. Whitaker's here, and then Stephanie, right? Okay. Right? Yes, that's the order. And then we're going to have a discussion to see what it might be possible to do or not do this evening. And I just want to get a sense of the committee. If possible, I would like to vote everything out, but it might not be possible, so we will see. Okay, Mr. Whitaker, just the road, identify yourself for the record.
Ethan Whitaker from Montpelier. As probably heard before, I've worked on telecommunications planning issues for 30 years now. 30. So I want to start with the point that the formula for the cost sharing formula element of this bill is not the only thing that's the subject matter jurisdiction of this committee. A lot of what's in here is telecommunications planning, because that's how public safety communicates. So I'll come back to that. I want to commend the GovOps committee for having tackled such an enormous issue and done so much in so little time. But it reminds me of the visual of the little dog that gets hold of a cooked turkey and he's trying to drag it up the stairs, but it's bigger than him. This is an enormous, complex.
The dog that caught the car.
Yeah, that's a good one too. So I've written something earlier in the week that I think is more concise than I can extemporation. So the thinking around modernizing public safety communications and the task identification is getting muddied into the questions of who will be taking lead, who will control the $20 million, of which only 11 has been appropriated. Joint fiscal, Congress hasn't passed the other 9 through.
Okay.
Who will convene what governing and advisory decision-making, and who will do what, if anything, towards setting up new dispatching capacity to relieve the DPS workload in the next year or so. So I think you've heard that from the other witnesses. Those are the concerns and the priorities. So retaining experts to guide this process is task number 1. Convening a real statewide governing body is task number 2. And completing the preliminary statewide plans detailing what are state tasks versus what are local tasks is task number 3. The E911 board staff is very capable and well functioning. The E911 board itself, not so much. I've been bringing many of these issues and tasks to them for year after year after year, and they don't even get talked about. They don't get put on a future agenda for discussion. Resiliency, cell coverage. These are the basics of what we're trying to lob in their lap now. So I'm an advocate for remaking the entire board and getting off to a fresh start. There's an RFP, plan review, and grants management capacity that exists at the Department of Public Safety. E911 has no capacity in that regard. Public safety has passed through almost $500 million in grants in recent years from FEMA, disaster relief, Homeland Security grants, et cetera. That grants capacity, we shouldn't try to duplicate that at the 911 board. RFP, grants management, et cetera. There's also a radio technology planning and operations capacity. They run a fiber and microwave network that covers most of the state and keeps all the public safety facilities connected. It also serves as failover to the 911 system where it can. There's GIS and cellular. GIS is geographic mapping, cellular capacity, planning, and inventory capacity at the E911 office as well. They have the only complete inventory of all of our cell coverage. And then there's project management and independent expert review capacity at ADS. So what I'm advocating for is a system where you take a more incremental approach to what this behemoth bill that's been foisted upon you. You can strip the formula out of the bill, and you should, because it's premature. Until we have some rough numbers of what statewide funding sources available, what the infrastructure capital costs are going to be, and what the operational costs are going to be around the state, no one can review a formula. No one can model any numbers. That should be done in rulemaking later, once we do this data collection. So that simplifies your task. We don't have to validate or.
Who does the data collection?
Right now, I would assign it to both the 911 board staff and the public safety department staff, and possibly some to ADS. With regard to cellular, there's 10 million in the proposed FY24 budget for cellular. That should be linked to this as well. Public safety emergency calling starts with cellular, and even to the firemen, with all due respect, who don't know how easy it is to build the dead zones in cellular, it's an essential tool to keeping the first responders safe. They need the body location for a downed fireman in a building is all cellular. The drone video of a fire ground is cellular. The automatic vehicle location in a CAD system is all cellular. Those things can't be done over LMR radio. So we need, as integrated telecom planning, to do our cellular planning and achieve cost-effective efficiencies by sharing towers, sharing backhaul, sharing generators, et cetera, between cellular and public safety radio, LMR, as you heard it called. So I mentioned the project management and expert review at ADS. What we need now is subject matter experts. I believe we're witnessing the administration pull back because 911 has gotten, I don't know how to say it, has already taken ownership, telling public safety, who has several million already released by joint fiscal, to retain some subject matter experts. They're saying, don't spend a penny until it's in my bank, it's in my bank book. That's inappropriate. It's inappropriate to be second guessing what the legislature is ultimately going to do and basically stalling retaining the subject matter experts. I believe joint fiscal staff has said that it would take action of the legislature to redirect any of that money from the project management and technical consulting missions that were released by the Joint Fiscal Committee. But in my view, technical consulting and project management is the same skill sets, even if we're heading down a different road. And 200-something thousand was approved for that. So what's needed now are the subject matter experts to complete inventory and assessments of all the regional radio systems, geographic surveys of all the LMR and LTE dead zones. In Senate GovOps last week, Lance Burnham, the head of the dispatch center, said he's been asking for years to be told where the dead zones are in the radio canopy. It's absurd that we don't yet know where our dead zones are. Assistance in convening regional governance. Regional governance, and this is well documented by the Federal Computer Information Security Agency, CISA and SAFECOM. Both statewide governance and regional governance are essential components, and they're different. The stakeholder mix is different, and the statewide governance duties are different. We need to be convening both of them, and we need to make a prerequisite that the regional governance we'll give you planning money from the 11 million, but it's conditioned upon you getting your regional governance and then you utilizing these state-paid subject matter experts to get your inventories completed, get your resiliency designs done. Engineering, failover, modeling of the financial costs, both capital and operational costs. So there's 3 RFPs that are needed. I've drafted those out. I won't bother the committee with them.
Okay, do you have written testimony you give to Jill so she can?
I can-
Yes.
I have 3 or 4 copies of this.
Well, if you just give it to Jill, she can upload it and then we can all get it on her.
I think, well, and some of us learn better if we read on paper.
Well, we can also print it.
So anyway.
Once
there's
it's
a few
on
of
the
those.
computer, we can do anything.
So don't neglect the issue of the telecommunications planning role of this committee and how important that is. It's an opportunity. It's somewhat understandable that the state Department of Public Service, under a bill that came out of this committee, tightened the requirements for the 10-year telecom plan. It's too big of a scale to do good telecom planning. Here we have an opportunity to do good, solid, comprehensive telecom planning at the regional level. And then those with state governance, making sure those mesh together properly with interoperability standards.
Okay.
Yes, that's the point is, what GovOps was saying.
Well,
GovOps was trying to lay out such a plan, how to mesh the various.
Right, yeah.
One more important point of rationale for the essential function of governance: who owns and manages and maintains these radio systems is crucial, because when you have a failure of a sheriff department or a department decides it doesn't want to be in it, that infrastructure needs to be held in trust for the county or the region, such that there's no politics around doing a quick handoff to a new dispatch operator.
That got brought up also earlier today about, and who is responsible for upgrading and maintaining that dispatch equipment. Yeah, who owns it? Who's responsible for upgrading and maintaining it? Who pays for it? How does that get figured into the formula?
So
Because I haven't seen capital improvements in any of this.
I've done more to gather the data on what we're currently paying for dispatch, and I'll just close with that snapshot, is that we're currently public safety running the 2 Vermont State Police PSAPs are also getting some of the 911 fund money. Lance said his budget for dispatch was about $6 million a year. The total that I've collected from all the regional dispatch centers and an estimate for the self-dispatch towns totals about $10 million a year. And the 911 system's costing us about $4 million. So that's $20 million a year. So hypothetically, if we end up with 14 regional dispatch centers around, and they could also be PSAPs, that's $21 million a year. $1.5 million operating cost has been a recurring budget number. These are just high level numbers. Then what we need to anticipate is how much of that the state pays from another source of funds. The sources of funds could be the right-of-way charge, which is in statute and has not been being collected. Transportation is supposed to be collecting from broadband providers a fair market value use fee for the use of the right-of-way. That could generate a significant amount of money, which would then bring down the local property tax share of this 21 million. So as a hypothetical, I did a 75-25 state and local split. The state's share would be 18 million a year, 18.75 million a year, and the locals' share would be 6.25 million a year. That would keep in mind that you heard about towns not paying anything. They are paying through their property tax, through the state fund. Everyone's paying. Some people are paying double what they need to be. So the goal here should be the states qualify the state's role and create an equalizing state pool of funds from a reliable source, not a universal service fund alone, and then fairly allocate the smaller share among the towns based on.
Any questions?
Are you going to distribute this piece also? You get the
You can make copies of that.
That actually lays out, year 1, year 2, year
Okay.
3 tax.
That would be helpful.
Sure, yeah. But I'm gonna also recommend,
We'll have to send that to the copy.
I think it's perfectly reasonable with where we're at with capacity and the unclarity around convening the statewide governance. It would be just fine to not appropriate $1 million and create 8 new positions. Because what that would do is accelerate the cooperation, especially if the governor gets on board and realizes that ADS has a role to play, public service has a role to play, public safety has a role to play, 911 has a role to play. I'd like all of those 4 initiatives to be answering to one board. That's good governance.
Okay. Thank
Thank you.
Stephanie. Okay, I asked you if you could help us understand the formula and what could we do with it that might make it more palatable to the town? Some of the concern seems to be that the towns don't know how big a bureaucracy we're creating that we're then going to charge them for, or what it's going to cost them. And have you got any suggestions on?
So, Becky Barrett, Joint Fiscal Office. If you're looking for an alternate than what was in DevOps, in the structure that's in the bill as it is now, perhaps, define what's in that total cost that you're trying to cover the formula. What are the elements of the formula that you want to have, if you're going to have a formula that in 4 years generates a stream of income? What are the elements of that formula that you want to have, that it's starts at some base level, has some equalizing aspects to it, has some user volume driven aspects to it? Those are the types of things, whether you're setting an actual formula or you're setting what you want to see be developed, because the formula, there is a lot of data and analysis to be done before it's very clear what these costs are and what the regional, the various regional structures will be. But that would be one element to one way to address the formula. Do you want the formula to be developed by the board in this, or do you want to set it as the legislature, or have the legislature put have some sort of requirement on the legislature to come back and develop, take the information from, assuming this structure goes forward, and data is collected and we know more about what the total cost of the system will be. Those are options that are available to you. Because it's in the formula that is on the collection side that you would do the equalizing, and the distributing of funds would be pretty much budgetarily based, and that would be more the simpler side of the formula, essentially.
But the money would by and large come from the towns.
That is envisioned here. There isn't another dedicated source available.
Right.
Figuring out the net of what is available at the state level, what will continue. That's a choice that's in here, that you cover the way this is drafted, the administrative cost of this new board would be covered in the covered in the formula.
Who approves that budget?
Well, it's a state board, so you would be, in the budgetary process.
It would get approved by the pro, so
Yeah.
that's an
Right now, it started, the way it's drafted right now, it starts.
Appropriation, if the money, if they set a budget and then change the base rate, if we aren't directly appropriating anything, if it's coming from the towns, would it go through appropriations?
So the cost of the board would go through appropriations, just like we appropriate the money for the E911 to operate, we appropriate the money for what this board would be appropriated money to operate. Whether the source of that money is from a special fund created and funded by a formula or from other state sources is a choice that the legislature has.
Okay, so that would go through, so there'd have to be a special fund established.
There is in this bill.
There is, okay. And that would then go through the appropriations process. And I assume appropriations would also have the ability to say yes or no to the budget. They're essentially approving, and this calls for the base rate to come back to the legislature.
Well, you have to be fundraising this also, which would come here.
No, the fund, once we set up this formula,
Oh.
the formula will raise the money.
Set up the formula is gonna have to be approved by this committee and
Well,
that committee.
that's what we're doing now. What we're being asked to do is approve a
Who's
formula.
gonna recommend?
It's been recommended, it's in the bill. But
I believe that's premature.
Madam Chair, if I
Till we have someone
Okay.
directing someone to come up with a formula. Or we prescribe
Well,
a formula today.
Right now, we are being asked to approve or do something to this bill. It has a formula in it. We can ask that the formula be fleshed out some more. We can ask for more information. We can just say we are not ready, that this is just an awful lot that got dumped on us as yesterday at noon, to make that decision, because it's complicated.
Madam Chair, when the legislature passed that,
Yes.
it immediately had it had a problem. And the problem was, if you're gonna have a statewide property tax, someone has to write some of the legislation and rules about how do the different towns list property.
Right.
And that's sort of, they put together a summer study committee that came back with the recommendations, which made it possible for the following year to collect money from the various towns to the statewide property tax by a formula that had been put together thoughtfully and passed by the legislature when the summer study committee finished its recommendations.
Okay, I think we did hear from the league and from at least 2 municipalities that they are concerned about their voice, about who controls the size of the bureaucracy.
As it should be.
And because they are right now the sole funding source. And I can't say I'm overly comfortable, but that may just be that I haven't had time. Senator Chittenden.
If we have a choice, I would rather not vote on this tonight. I don't know what the implications are for that. I feel like the formula could be fleshed out a little bit more. And I also, one of the last things I heard one of the Montpelier city managers say was that Jesse Baker came and testified against this. Jesse Baker is the city manager of the largest city in my district. And with the adamant opposition from the VLCT that we heard in their testimony today, I am concerned that I am not voting on something I'm fully informed on the implications for my communities.
Okay, Senator Robinson.
I won't say exactly how I'm feeling right now. I was already sensing this sort of inability to break through and hear from a local government community that it's really good. What really concerned me about what Montpelier said, and Stephanie, I don't know if you're in the room for this, is that it seemed like a budget question to me. They felt as though money had been appropriated that they were about to access to improve their dispatch that had been pulled back and repurposed in this bill. Is that I mean, as the keeper of the budget, is that something you could comment on the accuracy of? Because that was very concerning to me.
So the $11 million that was appropriated last year to public safety to go out for developing regional dispatch. You allowed 4.5 of it to come to joint fiscal, public safety to come to joint fiscal in the off session and seek to put out $4.5 million grants. When we required them to initiate grant process, and they did that. And then in the end, they came to joint fiscal and had about $2.5 million of grants, grant proposals that they received that they thought they could put out. At the same time, you created the working group, which is what came with to look at the dispatch. And so what was approved by joint fiscal was that $2.5 million request from public safety, and I can open the.
And I think Montpelier was there, but they had just lost, there wasn't in there. No, they weren't the ones that got money, but they were on the list. But I think the police chief who had been heading it up.
I don't know the details.
Yeah, there was some change in
the documents of what was approved by joint fiscal. But so far, none of the money has been dispersed that was approved. And there was about $263,000 within that 2.5 for grants management and technical assistance related to the slate of 4 or 5 grants that was approved by joint fiscal. That's what happened before the session started. And the remaining funds are there. So public safety hasn't dispersed any of the money. And what the bill does is redirect the $11 million to be under the direction of this newly created board to disperse.
So the money that they thought they would receive is considered unobligated right now in this. It says unobligated funds are being transferred. They thought that money had potentially been obligated or was in the process of coming to them, and it's now being considered unobligated funds.
It was approved by joint fiscal. It gets obligated when a grant agreement is executed between the department and the grantee. And so as far as I know, public safety hasn't executed any grants. They came and asked for approval for a certain slate of grants. That amount was, initially they had I think applications for the full $11 million or more. They, in their process, were feeling like they couldn't manage that scale of disbursement and manage those grants well. And they cut it down to this under $2.5 million total. And it's all available. I mean, we can provide the committee with that. But because right now that none of the money has been dispersed.
Yeah.
That is unobligated. And if this is enacted, then it would redirect the $11 million because none of it's been actually expended, obligated to be under this new board.
Yeah, I mean, it says it was approved.
It doesn't change the purpose, Maria said.
Okay, just a clarification. So the money would go to the transition fund and it could go out by the 911 board upon passage to establish a new regional center or to provide grants to expand capacity at existing. So I just wanted to clarify.
But it would change the nature of what they thought the money was going to be for.
It's not there. I mean, it's, okay. So yeah, So they'll have the money, they have it immediately.
Yeah.
And they can set up a new center, and they can also provide grants to expand capacity at existing centers. So similar purpose, but I can't say whether they would. I think they're thinking about, they're gonna develop some more standards and procedures maybe before they distribute funds, but.
Okay. Committee, any other questions? I would like to get a sense of the committee if we are feeling comfortable going through with this. This is complicated. We've had, I think, a total of 2 hours tops to deal with it. We have not had a chance to talk to witnesses to any extent. And the program doesn't start for 4 years, so I'm trying to get a sense if there's at all a possibility of getting a bill out of here tonight, so I can tell the Senate Secretary's office if we're gonna keep them in. Or can we keep this running? See if we can get more tomorrow. I think tomorrow we just have some small grants that would delay this. It won't go to approves tomorrow. But they may be working on this. I don't know, but it is a very complicated bill.
Wouldn't miss across the board if you don't go down.
It might, but it can keep going forward. I'm trying to get a sense, Senator McCormick.
I would ask the Chair of Natural Resources, what would you estimate? How many hours of testimony and discussion we put into S5?
S5?
Yeah, just by comparison, I just want a standard.
In here or in there?
No, not the natural resources.
I don't know. The total number of hours, like 7 weeks and about 11, most of 8 hours, about 50 something hours, 50 plus hours.
Yeah, because it was a big bill with a lot, it was an ambitious bill. And we wanted to make sure we were doing our due diligence. This is a big elaborate project, it's probably great. I'll probably vote for it. But I don't feel that I've done due diligence at this point.
Okay. Senator Gray.
Yeah, I mean, from the point of view of a yes vote, at this moment,
This is not a yes or no. This
No, I'm just
is,
saying,
are we
like,
ready to make
I'm
that
not ready to
choice?
say yet. I mean, that's, if someone said, you need to vote right now, I'd say, I'm in a bad spot of not knowing the bill, the construct, the funding implications well enough to feel like I'm casting an informed vote.
Do you want to say something urgently? Okay, urgent.
I do recommend that we have recommended some of the study committee to come up and answer the very questions that were asked right around here. Where the money's gonna come from, recommendations, how it will be formulated, the roles that different folks would
Well, I
play.
think the bill says that. It says that there's a formula with which it will come from the served communities. And there's an overreaching board. The
Bring
community,
that formula to the legislature for approval, or if I'm sorry.
no, the base funding will be brought, so what that formula, the board, as I understand it, and you can correct me, is that the board will say, this is the cost, and is it the operating or the operating setup? It's the cost of running the system.
Administrative costs, or you're talking about general statewide
What's
dispatching
going to go into
services?
that formula, into the base cost?
Statewide base cost, I think it's the total cost, so what the municipalities are spending now, what's being spent, which needs to be spent, and have a system-wide, statewide system. And then the administrative costs of the board, so all of that will be factored into.
System which is yet to be designed.
And that would come back to us for approval, but not the individual, and we would approve the formula hopefully today. That's
For a
what's,
system that has yet to be designed?
I think there's an overriding board, there's an advisory board. How that would play out,
I wouldn't delegate the authority to raise and to suspend money to anybody for a system that has yet to be designed.
I think this,
I think that's fair. I mean, there's nothing in here that I feel like is, you know, completely problematic on its own, but I don't feel like the sweater is knit correctly in a way that I can see how it looks and try it on, and that we have answers to any of that. And it's just not enough time for us when so much of this is our jurisdiction. I mean, how this is funded is ultimately our jurisdiction. And I don't feel like I understand how or when even it's funded just after the testimony we have time to take today.
or, yeah, the infrastructure, who decides which, I mean, we've got one dispatch center that's doing a huge area that was in today that said they need the 2.2 million to bring in more towns, and now they're waiting. I mean, I don't know.
I would like to take more time on this.
Okay.
I'd like to take more time as well, and as a practical matter, there are some items in this that I think are part of this community jurisdiction regarding telecommunications. And as I look at this, is the overall connection, the umbrella over this, I'm not entirely comfortable with, but part of the reason is because I haven't had enough time to actually look at it and make sure I understand it.
So.
Yes. We are at a point right now where we benefited greatly from the government ops and their work to try. and-
This is the best thing.
No, absolutely. If I, may say, give some confidence to the various things that Mr. Whitaker has hammered us about over the years. And they have, and there's a remarkable similarity with the work that's been done by the Government Ops Committee to try and do that and bring to us the things that they recognize that are needed. I think a formula is premature, the league and the unserved areas, and served areas, and all the folks.
If the people that represent
us.
the people that are gonna pay and provide this service are uncomfortable, I think.
Something is yet to be designed.
Yeah, and maybe tomorrow, and maybe we just are gonna be too tired tomorrow, to get a chart, I think, and there probably is one, of what that umbrella board is. And I think there's an advisory board, who's on it, who puts the people on it, where do the towns get their voice in? I mean, I think I'm sure it is all there. I think it's just that we, this has been in the works for weeks. We got it 12 hours ago and had to do childcare. And we're all pretty tired tonight. So I think we'll try and get some more on here tomorrow, and anybody that has a witness, let me know, let Jill know, the committee, let me know what kind of information you would like. We'll see if we can get a couple hours in a reasonable time frame. I'm really gonna try and get you out of here early tomorrow, because we've got one more bill to decide on tonight, okay?
I guess one question to also think about is whether or not dispensation from the various chambers of missing the crossover deadline take some additional time to do this, because there is a sense of urgency in resolving these issues. And I kind of hate to toss things to a summer study committee and add another year to this process. This regional dispatch system is broken, and we need to fix it.
I think it would be better for us to get confidence. The other body has more representatives that represent individual small towns. And if they are totally alarmed, the chance over there, we can take time to work with the league and to help us understand and help them understand how this is gonna work for them. And yes, I used to complain because Opie used to send me bills August 28th and be irate that I wouldn't get them out. Or April 28th.
I was like, oh,
No,
boy.
not October. I sent him one in February and he couldn't get it out. He didn't have time. The house, we used to be quite religious about crossover. The other body was not so much. It has improved, but crossover is just something we've done to help ensure that most of the bills get seen by both bodies. This is a major thing, that is a major change. There's no reason why it can't go through both bodies this year. I mean, it just they just need to agree. And I will see if we can get that dispensation from the House and see what we can do. Okay. Are we set on that? All right. And you might email, and Ashley's not here, email the pro tem's office and tell them I just don't have the votes to get this out and we'll need to deal with crossover.
Senator Watson wanted to say something, and I'd love to know if there are other people who are feeling positively in a regional or local space who we could get to have it.
Sure, thank you. So I just wanted to make a note about a couple of the comments. There's a question about how and when it's funded. That feels like an answerable question because it's in the bill. So, happy to talk more about that. Getting a chart of the board, like who's on it and who would be on the transition board, that is also a knowable thing. So there's answers there. About the fleshing out the formula, what I think of is like, what are the pieces that go into making the base rate, if that makes sense. There was talk about like what are the administrative fees, like where, how are we going to fund those 8 positions? I feel like that is something that is doable. I don't know if I could like whip something up for tomorrow, but like, that also feels like something that could be done. It also just might be the jurisdiction of this group as well. But then thinking about, who, I did think of another couple of folks who weighed in. Is it worth me mentioning the other 2 folks? So there were the 2 other folks that I thought of after we took a break, which was Paul White, who is, he led the dispatch working group that produced a report from which a lot of this work is based.
We'll have him in then as soon as we get it.
Yeah, and the other person, which is actually a recommendation from Stephen Whitaker, was Paco Almont.
From Stowe.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Paco was the director of the now, I believe, failed Central Vermont Public Safety Board.
Not yet.
Which, not yet, okay. We were all asked to vote to get out. And if Montpelier's getting out, I'm pretty sure everybody else is. But that was an effort to do combined public safety. I had the first of those meetings, so that's another one that's been going on for over 30 years. It is hard to get independent Vermont towns to give up some of their power, and the fact that so many of these things have been discussed for so long, and they are very nervous that we seem to have the power, but they're paying the bill. And I think we've got to figure out a way to make sure that they feel comfortable that they've got a voice and maybe that we've got some skin in the game. Because if we don't, we could just hire all kinds of people and charge them for them.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Senator Watson said, that many of the questions you have are actually in the bill. And that the Senate Government Operations Committee took extensive testimony from people around the state. And I can add some more local people who would come in to support the efforts. The base rate in the formula that would be approved similarly to the way that we approve the yield for so this committee would probably see that base rate. It's literally in the bill that says that the legislature would approve the base rate, which would therefore then, set the budget
Right.
for the whole system. The positions that would go to this new board would be general fund positions. So the skin in the game is there would be plenty of general fund money in this.
Okay.
It's not the entire thing would be funded by, it would be the dispatching services themselves and any sort of like overhead costs for the dispatching services, not the entire board. And a lot of the planning stuff that has been talked about is in the bill. There are methodologies and timelines and entities set up in the bill to do the planning that is being discussed. And so I think a summer study committee isn't actually necessary if you follow the sort of setup that's in the bill.
I think it may just be necessary for this committee to have the time when their brains aren't quite so fried, to sit down and go by the bill, given the timeline. We started with our technical, it's probably 4-digit formula. And I think before we understand and approve the formula, we need to understand, I think, and it sounds like the league needs to understand. I think it's fair to say the towns are not overly happy with Act 60, at least not the ones that have to pay in more than they used to. And those of us that made out are very happy with it, but a lot of towns aren't. And this is new and they're not sure on what basis and what, are they gonna be assessed that even?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's just what we need to have time to go
Right.
through.
I mean, I would just say at the end of the day, like for this bill to have so much of our jurisdiction, like specifically how we raise and allocate funds, we can't do that today. Like this bill would have needed we need like 3 days of just this, this just is too.
We have one House bill so far.
Right.
So we are going to do captive insurance, our favorite bill. That's all I've got for next week. So we have time to really work on
Well,
this.
this is also a process issue
Yeah.
as far as this committee and how the Senate is dealing with complex bills. Because this isn't the only bill that has arrived here with a day to look at. And it's very difficult to understand it, to get enough witnesses so that we can even do our part of it in so short a period of time. And that's a lesson learned for next session.
For the end of the session.
Yeah. I think, although on some level, someone might think, oh, well, we're just talking about the money. We're actually talking about investing in a program and a concept, not just the money for it. And so I think unless we understand the underlying concept and construct that are relevant, then it's hard to evaluate whether or not we feel like, oh, that is
That formula works.
That's a wise investment given, just to meet our fiduciary responsibilities.
I think at this point, I'd like to go to the smoking bill. And can you let the Secretary's office know we are not going to get.
Are we trying to do this? Are we trying to do tobacco?
I'm going to try to do tobacco today. You're ready to vote, okay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
That'd be a good idea. Regardless.
Where's my gavel? Where's Where's my granite
6:18,
slab?
no.
I'm gonna bring it in. Okay, as soon as we decide what we want to do with smoking, we can go home and vaping.
This last, there's a heck of a lot of progress that's been made on
Yes.
this. on this
Oh, yeah, I
topic.
understand that. Yeah.
In the last several weeks, by a lot of people.
Right, it's just
More
limited,
developed.
it takes some time to have it processed down through the ranks.
The digestive process.
Yes, it's all good, thank you, yes.
And thank
No, they just
you,
don't
I-
pass
we
it.
know how
Yes.
much work you guys
Yeah,
have.
it's
all good.
And we like the math. That was like a fun part of my grant. I always-
I'm gonna go find out what that squiggly thing is.
Yeah, thank you.
Do my Google search thing. Okay, smoking committee, what is your pleasure? Senator Bray.
Trying to pump for
Clerk,
a
you got your.
trying to pump for a conversation, I would move that the committee report favorably SAT, an act relating to banning flavored tobacco products and e-liquids.
Senator Bray has moved that we report SAT favorably. Is there, ooh, a drafter, we were gonna put a study, an amendment, I asked, to, have a report back to us about the teen smoking rates, just so we know if we've done any good. Do you have an amendment? Okay, we have an amendment. Yes,
I move to withdraw
That's right.
motion. To hear the amendment. I didn't forget that was coming.
I did too, but we haven't been talking about smoking.
Maybe we could cover some of the revenue by buying a convenience store in New Hampshire.
Okay, so we have an amendment.
State liquor stores, we could put that
Can
in.
you put it up on the screen?
Yes, I have to join yours.
Okay.
When did we raise the segregation to one?
The last time that, it was probably 18, 19, yeah. Because 2020 was when the last smoking bill, just before COVID went down, or never came out of here. Part of it might be because COVID hit and we weren't here. Because it had only gone into effect like August or October, no, maybe July, but it hadn't been in effect a year. So the 21 has been in since probably 2020. So it's had time to function. But I think if banning all of this stuff and probably sending a fair amount of business to New Hampshire or the internet, we should know if we're making any inroads into teen vaping.
Well, the one thing that we heard today was somewhat encouraging is what's happened in Massachusetts, that there has been a difference
Yes.
in the rate of youth smoking and also in sales. and stuff.
Yeah. It's not so easy on Cape Cod to get to New Hampshire.
Great.
Right, the fact that it is-
Offshore, yes.
yeah, but the fact that we are so close to two, three borders, that is
Yeah.
significant.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we have an amendment.
Yes, Smith Prairie Legislative Council. So this is an amendment, we just added new section 9. I picked a date, we can make it earlier. I was trying to get an answer from the health department about when. they
Yeah,
could
that's
get it.
fine.
And I didn't want to make them have to provide a whole lot of information because they're
They'll
putting.
come and ask to have it extended if they don't have it.
But I mean, they're putting the,
Okay.
It's 1.1. So this would say on or before May 1st, 2025. Figure they do the survey in March, hopefully they'll have results to share by May. The health department would provide to the 2 policy committees. I don't know if you want it in this one.
I don't care enough. I just think somebody needs to know if we're doing it.
House Human Services and Senate Health and Welfare, the results of the 2025 Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Survey that relate to youth use of tobacco products, tobacco substitutes, and e-liquids, along with a comparison of the rates of use from previous Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Surveys.
Okay.
That way you can see how the rates have changed. And then I just remembered existing section 9, 10.
amend.
Madam Chair, I propose that we amend S18 with the amendment being offered draft 1.1, 3/23/23, 3:20 PM.
So one helpful correction from the folks on the side, I wasn't sure when it was, so we don't get the results that quickly, is what you're saying?
Okay.
So, which means we could probably move this date earlier, because this will be the 2023.
Won't be 2024.
It says now they do it every other year.
Oh, yeah.
Need to be advocates for.
Okay.
So we could move it earlier in the year.
Yeah.
March 1st, when you're.
Well, I thought that one of the things you were trying to do is see whether or not the action that might be taken in this bill has any effect. And the 2023 study isn't going to help us do that.
Right.
So that
That's
would
right,
help us
yeah, we
if
don't
we-
want, we want the next
Yeah.
study. The 2023 will tell us pre-ban what the smoking rate was. If they're doing it in 2025,
Since they're talking
probably,
about the previous ones, then we get the.
yeah, it's the next one to see if there's
So
been
March
any
1st,
change.
27 with 2025
When would
data.
when would the 25 data be available to us?
Yeah, like why?
It's my understanding from the people who are not responsible for doing it, but read it a lot, that there's a 2-year lag.
2 years.
Okay, on and before, so if they get it, we get it. We're gonna get the 23 whenever they get it to us.
21.
21, all
To us.
right, and they just did.
I hope so. I just poked the department again this afternoon.
Okay.
That would be our
I
baseline.
get it. If not, we can always adjust it if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to prolong this at all, but I would just hope in the future, like, I don't know if it's always the same questions every year, or there's a way to just say, where are you getting this? If you know, like, that, it was all the questions we tried to ask all the middle schoolers in the building, like, would this make a difference? Where do you get vapes? How do you get them? Do you buy them digitally? Like, can they add okay, so like, I'm just saying out loud for the intent that I hope we can add a question so we have better data about where young people are getting these products, especially as we try to physically ban them.
Porter's asking, we're now on draft 1.2, 3/23.
We are amending.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer a substitute amendment.
Motion.
For the, a motion for a substitute amendment, draft 1.2 dated 3/23/23, 6:05 PM.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
so
the
that's-
amendment.
That's the amendment.
Okay,
Just watch.
you got it. It's the one that was just up there that we fixed the dates on.
Yes.
I will send it to Jill.
Okay. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Yes.
Are you opposed?
No,
Oh,
yeah, he hasn't even let me call it. Did I hear that it's 7-0-0? Okay. Next motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we report favorably S18 as amended.
Senator Bray has moved that we report S18 favorably as amended. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. I didn't hear a no, so I'm gonna call it 7-0-0. Who would like to report this one?
Too much to report.
You have too much to report.
I have 5 bills showing.
I'm got childcare. Sim, Brock, do you, no, you don't.
have 3.
Okay, you're in.
All right.
Tom's good at that and clean up. We appreciate that.
Really?
Okay, thank you, everybody. We've got to get that one upstairs, let the clerk's office know that it's coming. Thank you, you've already done it.
And we're gonna do S25 tomorrow.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Katie said she could come tomorrow, so
And approach the
tomorrow
meeting.
we have the PFAS, yeah, those,
Since I live with Jim, I just want to make sure.
Yes,
Doesn't get
it's on
into the
tomorrow,
process.
and oh, yeah, and what else? And we have an act related to agricultural subjects, which we will get a report
And
on
then
that.
Franklin pushed me over, according today, was the Massachusetts
Bobby
statistic
was
that
in,
shows decline.
and I have a, you got the letter.
Those two things are.
Thank you. Oh, no, yeah, okay. He came in at noon and wanted to know if I had, the secretary's letter. I should go just put there, and I read it, yes, we should.
You would become a brand.
Great.
People like to read that.
There's two things, strike it or get rid of the one in dispute, or generate a study